Hello, and welcome to the Morehouse College 2021 New Student Orientation. We are excited to have you with us this year. Today is day one of our virtual New Student Orientation. You will hear from representatives from the Registrar's Office, Student Safety, as well as Financial Services. Again, thank you so much for being with us, and have a wonderful day.
This is the Morehouse College Student Financial Services presentation about financing the Morehouse experience. So just to give you a little bit more information about Student Financial Services, the Office of Student Financial Services goal is to support you and your family in meeting your financial obligations to the college. We do this by aiming to consistently provide accurate and timely financial information regarding your direct educational cost at Morehouse. We'll talk a bit more about direct and indirect costs a little bit later. One point of clarification about our office: as Student Financial Services, we do work with students regarding both financial aid and student accounts. Just to go over what each department helps you with. So within Student Financial Services, the financial aid part will help you with federal financial aid, a federal work study, institutional grants and scholarships, external scholarships, and private student loans. On the student account side of the house, we work with students regarding their billing and collection of tuition, fees, and other charges. Please do note that room and board charges are handled by our housing department located in Kilgore. Payment options, financial management, sponsored billing, and refunds. The FAFSA. So it is incredibly important that all students complete a FAFSA, regardless if you believe you're eligible for any federal aid or not. It is a free application of federal student aid. This FAFSA will be completed by the student and/or the parents on October 1st of each year. The FAFSA helps determine a student's eligibility for the following: Federal Pell Grant, Federal Supplemental Educational Opportunity Grant, also known as FSEOG, Federal Direct Loans, both subsidized and unsubsidized. The subsidized loan is where the federal government pays for any accruing interest while you're in school. The unsubsidized, the interest is accruing while you're in school. Both of the federal direct loans must be repaid they'll go into repayment 6 months after you leave school or have graduated. The FAFSA also determines eligibility of the Federal Parent Plus loan and the Federal Work Study. For the Federal Parent Plus loan, even if you're deemed eligible to receive that loan, the parent must still apply and be approved for the loan in order for you to be able to receive it. And then Federal Work Study, even if you are eligible for Federal Work Study, those funds are allocated to the school each year by the Federal Department of Education, and we can only award out the amount that we've been allocated. So even if you're eligible, you may or may not see those funds awarded to you. If you are awarded Federal Work Study, you still must go through the application and interview process in order to be hired as a Federal Work Study student. If you complete the FAFSA and you have been selected for verification, you will need to work with KIA in order to be eligible to receive the funds listed above. So what will happen is you will see that you've been selected for verification. This is determined by the Federal Department of Education. And then with KIA, you will submit any documentation that is being required of you. And once that documentation is received, it is reviewed, and then your account is either cleared in order for you to receive federal financial aid, or they may determine that you need additional documentation or that you are ineligible to receive federal financial aid. And it's also important to note that not completing the FAFSA can have an impact on your housing and your eligibility of other grants and scholarships, whether they be internal or external. So it is always important, regardless of your belief on whether you're eligible or not, to complete the FAFSA each year. Once you've completed the FAFSA and you have been awarded by our financial aid side of the house, you will see this awarding in BannerWeb. BannerWeb is always the go-to to review and to accept or deny any awarding on your account. In order for you to accept or deny the awarding on your account, you must first accept terms and conditions. On the right-hand side of the screen, you will see the steps in order to do so. You will need to log into your Morehouse portal, select the BannerWeb icon, enter your username and password, click the Student Services and Financial Aid link, click the Financial Aid link, click the Award Information link, select the award year, and then click Submit. Once you do that, you'll select the Award Offer tab, and at that point you will be prompted to accept the terms and conditions first. You must accept the terms and conditions before you can accept or deny your award. As a student, you are only allowed to accept at this time your federal subsidized loan, federal unsubsidized loan, and federal work study. The Parent Plus loan cannot be accepted by the student. The parent must apply for the Parent Plus loan by visiting studentaid.gov, and they must be approved for the funds in order for it to be accepted on your behalf and then dispersed at a later date. So to maintain your eligibility of federal financial aid, you must also fulfill any SAP requirements. So SAP stands for Satisfactory Academic Progress. It means a student is proceeding in a positive manner towards fulfilling degree requirements. A student's SAP progress is reviewed at the end of each semester, including the summer semester. So we do wait until we receive final grades each semester, and then the students are reviewed to see where they fall when it comes to SAP. SAP does consist of two components of measurement, both quantitative and qualitative, which measure one, PACE. So PACE is the number of overall earned credit hours, and they must equal at least 60% of overall attempted credit hours. The time frame, financial aid is available for up to 150% of the number of hours required to complete the degree program. This provides up to 180 attempted semester hours for financial aid recipients to complete a 120-hour semester hour program. An undergraduate program requiring more than the 120 credit hours may have eligibility extended upon appeal. I do want you all to note that during the last semester of eligibility, a student may only receive financial aid for the total number of credit hours remaining in their maximum time frame. So that means that if you are, at that point where you're hitting 180 credit hours attempted during that semester, they will only extend it to the number of credit hours that you have remaining. Your GPA is also one of the components of measurement. The students must maintain the following cumulative GPA point or grade point average dependent on their semesters of attendance to maintain financial aid eligibility. So when we looked at the grades each semester of attendance, we will calculate the cumulative GPA. If you have been at Morehouse for 2 semesters, you have to, if you get a 1.8 or lower, that will make you SAP ineligible. And then if you're here 4 semesters or more, 2.0 or lower will make you SAP ineligible. So just to go over a little bit more institutional funding and external funding in just a few slides. Institutional scholarships are a great resource for all of our students. We have launched a new Morehouse Scholarship Portal. The website is right there. It is morehouse.academicworks.com. Whenever there are open scholarships, you will be able to review those, apply if eligible. You must fulfill all criteria and meet all deadlines. Some of the scholarships are renewable and most of them are not renewable. So it's always important to read that within the scholarship information. Renewable scholarships will usually say that, you must maintain a certain criteria in order to receive it year after year. Non-renewable will usually not say anything about what you need to maintain. It will just list out what the requirements are for you to apply at that point. Student Financial Services will review an award based on the set criteria. We must follow the criteria to a T. The scholarship that are given to us, they list out what we must fulfill in order to award it to the student. And then all awarded scholarships are viewable in Bannerweb. I do want to give you a few tips about being eligible for scholarships. You must be a newly admitted or currently enrolled Morehouse student. Again, you must meet the criteria established by the scholarship donors. You must submit all required documents necessary for processing. So that is why we also encourage the FAFSA to be completed. And then you must maintain the GPA, community service hours, or meet other conditions necessary for the scholarship. For external funding, there are quite a few other options. We always promote to, apply for outside scholarships and any grants that are available to you. These could be state grants and scholarships. For state, we do have Hope and Zell that we can, have dispersed for you. You'll want to check out www.gafutures.org in order to find out what is required for you to apply for those. We also do bring in Georgia Tuition Equalization Grant Program funds, so you can look at that as well. We do also bring in national scholarships, so UNCF, Thurgood Marshall College Fund. You can visit scholarships.com or fastweb.com. And just be careful when looking for outside scholarships. There are a lot of scam websites out there that will charge you money to apply for scholarships. You shouldn't be charged money to apply for money. You'll also find that a lot of them may have you input a lot of personal information. Just be very careful and make sure that you're using a reputable website when applying for outside scholarships and grants. Also, private student loans are available for students to borrow. We do always promote responsible borrowing, so please exhaust all other options before moving into, borrowing a private student loan. But private student loans will vary, and there are some that work with Morehouse and there's others that will not. So you'll want to do your due diligence and put in some research to find out the best option for you. But private student loans will be borrowed through a third-party institution such as a bank or credit union, Sallie Mae. The student would be the main applicant on a private student loan, and they may or may not need a cosigner. It all depends on debt-to-income ratio and, credit score, things of that nature. So billing and payment processing. So on the student account side of the house, this is what they partake in. So for billing and payment processing, paying your student account bill is a last step in the enrollment process when you're enrolling for the first time with Morehouse. And then this will take place each semester as well. Your approved payment method, you must have an approved payment method in place by our payment deadline. So it is important that you check your account in TigerPay on a regular basis. Electronic billing statements are created on a monthly basis. You will get a real-time account balance, which is always available via TigerPay. So TigerPay, BannerWeb, those are your main resources to review, your account when it comes to financial aid and student accounts. Payment options are listed on our website. And then it is always key to plan for your educational expenses. I just want to reiterate that we do understand that communication is very important, so our office always aims to provide user-friendly access to information about the status of your account and our billing and payment policies. We update our websites frequently with relevant information, and we also communicate frequently. Primarily, we will communicate with students via email to the student's Morehouse College email account. And then if the student also sets up any authorized payers within TigerWeb, they will also receive the same emails via email. So it's just important to always look at these two components in order to determine what your student account looks like, BannerWeb and TigerPay. So financial and planning is incredibly important. So I'm going to go over a few things when it comes to financial planning and determining, what your year to year is going to look at while attending Morehouse College. So first, I do want to go over direct versus indirect cost. Direct cost, those are charges posted to your student account at the college, which you can see in TigerPay. So this will be things such as tuition, fees, room and board, lab fees, etc. Anything that we directly charge you as the student for on your student account. Indirect cost will include your financial aid award, will be included on your financial aid award as cost of attendance. So this will include charges that are not assessed via your student account. So this will be things like, toothpaste, a laptop, transportation, books, any technology that you're using outside of what's, given to you at Morehouse, that will be included in the cost of attendance. Direct costs are only charged by semester, so that's something to keep in mind. Your cost of attendance, I'm going to go over this a little bit more because I do know that a lot of students get this confused with what's in TigerPay. Cost of attendance is an estimate of the amount of money required to attend Morehouse College for 1 year. So this includes both the fall and spring semesters. And the cost of attendance includes both the direct and indirect cost. So like I stated before, this can be tuition and fees, your lab fees, room and board. It will also include transportation, any books that you purchase, anything supply-wise that you purchase outside of what's being charged directly to your student account. This cost of attendance number is required by the Federal Department of Education and is used to determine the total amount of financial aid you can receive in an academic year. So we cannot exceed this amount. This will include everything: federal loans, federal Pell Grant, any state grants or aid that you receive, institutional scholarships and outside scholarships. All of those numbers will go into the cost of attendance to determine how close we are to the cost of attendance. Schedule of fees. So in order to plan, before each academic year and to know what your whole entire academic year is going to look like, we strongly suggest reviewing the schedule of fees. So I did put at the bottom of the screen there where you can visit to see your schedule of fees. You go to morehouse.edu. You'll hover over admissions, select tuition and fees, cost of attendance, and then you'll be able to view the schedule of fees. The schedule of fees is a link at the bottom of the screen. The direct costs are approved by our Board of Trustees is published for each academic year. The amounts included in the schedule of fees are per semester, and then you can use this to schedule you'll be able to use the schedule as a guide to help create your financial plan. So what you'll want to do is once you see the schedule of fees, just recognize that those charges listed there are going to be for each semester. And then you can plan out what, the spring semester is going to look at. At this point, you've been charged all your fees and, direct costs for the fall, but then you can look at the schedule of fees to determine what it's going to look like for the spring. And then, as a guide, this is updated each year, but as a guide, you can use a previous year to get a rough estimate of what next year is going to look like. All right, so I do want to go over a little bit more what is available to you in Tiger Pay. So in here, you can make e-payments. So you'll want to securely make payments over the web using ACH, which is your e-checks. You can use credit card, debit card. You can set up any 529 plan accounts. We do have some listed in our system. If you do not see your 529 plan in our system already, you will need to reach out to them and, do a withdrawal or request a check and then send that into Morehouse or have the student drop it off to our student accounts area. We do also have the ability to do an international wire transfer directly through Tiger Pay. On Tiger Pay, you can also review e-billing, so you'll have easy access to your student account transaction with monthly electronic bills posted automatically. Email and text alert options are also available for you to set up so you never miss a bill. We do have our payment plans in there as well. You can set that up, integrate a payment plan. It automatically updates as your student account balance updates, and then payments must be scheduled. So we'll go over payment plans a little bit more in detail in a few slides. And then we also do have parent access. So the student can add the parent as a payer on the account. You'll create a user ID in there for the parent or guardian to have online access to your student account bill, 1098T, and to make payments. So like I said in the previous slide, they'll also receive emails if they're listed as a payer on the account. And then your access. So you will access Tiger Pay via Banner Web in the Morehouse portal. So as I said many, many times, Banner Web is going to be your main resource, and then Tiger Pay will be your secondary main resource. So you'll have to access Banner Web to get to your Tiger Pay. Parents and guardians will also access Tiger Pay after you set them up as an authorized user. So once again, once they're set up, they will receive an email with credentials and a link to access Tiger Pay, and then they'll be able to access Tiger Pay via a link on the Student Financial Services website. So if paying by credit or debit card, there is a convenience fee. For any domestic transactions, there's a 2.75% convenience fee. And for any international transactions, it's 4.25%. This is added to all credit debit card payments made online. There is no fee for debit card payments made in person, however. But that won't be an option until campus reopens. There is no charge to pay online by e-check. So if you do not want to pay a convenience fee, the next best option would be e-check, because we do not charge any fees for that. And then at this time, and I believe for future semesters, we do not accept payments over the phone. So to go over payment plans a little bit more, you do have the option to set up a payment plan. Your parents can set it up as long as they're an authorized user. And it does give the ability to defer up to 40% of your account balance after any authorized aid has been applied by enrolling in the semester installment plan. So there is a 60% down payment that is due upon enrollment. There is a $150 enrollment fee, and then installments must be scheduled for auto payment at the time of enrollment. Please note that the 60% down payment is calculated automatically after all financial aid and outside scholarships grants have been received by the college and applied to your account. Should you make the 60% down payment, an additional, outside scholarship or institutional scholarship is applied to your account, that will be reflected and it will adjust your installment plan for those payments being made. If you enroll in the payment plan and you happen to default, if your installment plan agreement is not met, you will then be deemed ineligible for the payment plan the following semesters. This means that you will find yourself in the situation to have to be prepared to pay the full balance owed for following semesters. So let's say that this fall semester you sign up for the installment plan and you are unsuccessful in, having those automatic payments come out successfully. When it comes to spring semester, you need to be prepared to make your full payment by the initial due date. You won't be able to set up an additional payment plan. Credit balance refunds. A credit balance occurs when the funds that are credited to your student account exceed the amount of direct cost on your account. This would be your tuition, fees, room, and board. If your student account shows a credit balance, you may be entitled to receive a refund. Student Financial Services processes credit balance refunds on a weekly basis. I do want to let you know that the fall refunds will begin processing after the start of the semester though. So just, we need to wait until those funds disperse to your account in order for there to be a credit balance, and then we will refund based on that. Morehouse College has a mandatory direct deposit policy for student refunds. Students can enroll in our direct deposit program by completing an enrollment form. Credit balances from Parent Plus loans are refunded to the parent as a paper check mailed to the address included on the application for the Parent Plus loan at studentloans.gov. Plus loans are applied first to direct cost. So any direct cost on your account, the Parent Plus loan will apply to that first, and then refunds will be sent to the parent after that. I know that a lot of times students will inquire about the negative sign in front of their balance, or they'll see parentheses. The negative sign or parentheses indicates a credit balance. So past due balances and collections. Student Financial Services is definitely committed to helping you resolve your delinquent balance. Our goal is the student success, and we hope that we can help you resolve any, issues with your student account prior to it becoming a larger issue. If your account becomes delinquent, please contact our office immediately so we can discuss other options with you. The student receivable process begins when your charges are posted to your student account. If your account is not paid by the due date, a past due balance hold will be placed and further collection efforts will be made to collect the amount owed. If the account is sent to a collection agency, additional fees may be added to the balance due. The most important thing to note here is to engage us right away. I do want to let all students know that with a past due balance, holds are not able to move forward to enroll in future semesters until the balance is paid in full. And I do just want to reiterate that we can definitely discuss other options, but discussing other options does not mean that there's a guarantee that something will be available for you to pay your past due balance. So just make sure that you are planning, like I said, for the entire award year before the award year begins, so that you can be financially sound in your decisions and understand that all of your future balances are going to be able to be covered. It is incredibly important. It takes the stress off of you so that you can focus on school and being, academically successful. So just make sure that you're in constant communication with us if you should run into any issues so that we can help advise you on what additional options are there for you if there are any. And so to contact Student Financial Services, always please visit first morehouse.edu/about/contact for links to schedule appointments. If you visit this website, it will give you all the options listed below, and it's always available. So the many options to contact us would be through our online help center we just launched called House Central. Through House Central, you can put in anything that you're looking to find out. We have a little help button. You click on that, type in what it is that you're inquiring about, and it should populate some articles available to help answer any questions you may have. If you find that, those articles are not answering the questions that you have, you can submit an online help request and it will connect you with an advisor in our office. If you do not want to use Help Central or you're not finding that it's, helping you as you wish, you can always send an email to studentfinancialservices@morehouse.edu. And this will also connect you with an advisor in our office. Students do not have assigned advisors, but any of our advisors will be able to assist any student at any time. Please note that all email inquiries should only be sent to the email address provided above. Our Student Financial Services staff will no longer respond to student-related financial aid or student account issues from our personal Morehouse email accounts. So it is very, very important to email studentfinancialservices@morehouse.edu. And then if you would like to speak with an advisor in our office by phone, the best way to do so is to make an appointment. If you visit the link that I gave you above, you'll be able to click on schedule an appointment and it will allow you to schedule that appointment with one of our advisors. If you're running into this situation where you're unable to let's say you're scheduling for tomorrow at 2 p.m. and it's telling you that an appointment is not available, that means that that spot is already filled. You will need to go to a future date and time and attempt to schedule that way. If you're running into an error code that will not allow you to schedule at all, you would want to reach out to our help desk or IT department for assistance with that. But yes, that is how to contact Student Financial Services. And then once we're back on campus, you will also use the schedule an appointment link to schedule any in-person meetings as well. But that concludes the Student Financial Services presentation for today. Thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing all of you on campus and working with you very closely over your time with Morehouse. Good morning, everybody. It is time for any questions that you may have so I can provide answers. My name is Anita Collins, and I'm the Director of Student Financial Services here at Morehouse College. All right, so I see a few questions in the chat. Wait, were they able to hear me? Okay. Alrighty. So again, my name is Anita Collins, and I am the Director of Student Financial Services here at Morehouse. And I do want to just give some information based on the questions that I'm seeing in the chat today. Payment deadline is Friday, August 6th. And at that time, your student account payment will be needed to be made in full, and or you will need to have set up an installment plan, which I gave some information about during the presentation. I have a few questions about HOPE and Zell scholarships and also the student access loan. We are working with GA Futures in order to get that stuff placed on student accounts. It will be placed during the fall semester, although it may not be processed by the 6th. I will say that for any personal questions that you may have about your specific account, you will need to send in a email to Student Financial Services at morehouse.edu, or you will need to go to morehouse.edu /about/contact and contact us that way by scheduling an appointment. We do have appointments available via telephone. There's a question about why are students not allowed to receive more than one scholarship from the Morehouse portal? I do not believe that that is the case. I do not know that only one scholarship can be awarded from the Morehouse portal. I would need some more information as to where you heard that information, because that I do not believe to be accurate. Is this presentation recorded? Yes, this will be available on YouTube for future viewing. There are no times until August 19th. Is that accurate? For scheduled phone appointments, there are no times until August 19th. That is correct. And I do just want to be transparent. This is a high volumed season for most of our departments here at Morehouse. So your continued patience and understanding is more than appreciated. We try to get back to you guys as soon as possible, and we do it first come, first serve. So, if you're submitting multiple tickets or you're scheduling multiple appointments, that won't expedite us getting back to you. We answer the oldest to the newest when it comes to any tickets or phone calls, appointments. If the Hope Scholarship will come in after August 6th, at that time, if there's a credit on your account, you will be refunded for that. I have seen a lot of questions about the PLUS loan. PLUS loans are a little bit different. So when a student is awarded a PLUS loan, it's because they're eligible for those funds. However, your parent still needs to visit studentaid.gov and apply for the loan in order for it to be applied to your account. So they'd go to studentaid.gov, they would apply for the PLUS loan. If they're approved, we will get notification of that. They will need to complete the master promissory note. And then at that time, those funds would be dispersed to your account. But if they apply and they're, denied for that loan, it would not be applied and dispersed to your account. So that is why you may not see that information in your student account. Are we able to receive more than one scholarship from the portal? If you are eligible for more than one scholarship, you would be eligible to receive those scholarships if, based on the other applicants, you were in the top. So when it comes to let me go over scholarships a little bit more. When you apply for a scholarship, you are, placed with all the other applicants that have applied for the same scholarship. So we do have to fulfill all the criteria set forth by that scholarship. And once we look at all that criteria, if you're eligible, then it is awarded based on who is closest to that eligibility requirement. And then we are only able to award as much money as is available for that scholarship. Somebody said if PLUS loans, for any incoming freshmen, PLUS loans, any federal loans will not disperse to your student account until 30 days after the semester has started. So, that won't be until sometime in September that you will see those funds actually hit your student account. Yes, what should we do if we have sent numerous emails and have yet to receive a response? Numerous emails will not get an expedited response, and please bear with us. This is a high volume time. Right now, I believe that we're still answering emails from the week of July 26th. So please bear with us, and we will get back to you as soon as we can. If we have a negative balance, does that mean all of our payments are taken care of? If you have a negative balance, that means that you have a credit balance on your account. And if you see that all of your charges have been placed on your account, that means that everything's been taken care of. The refund will not take place until after all of your funds have actually dispersed to your student account. Are scholarships updated yearly, or can we qualify for more after a certain semester? The Morehouse Scholarship Portal will open each semester. So we currently have it closed for the fall 2021 semester. You should see that open back up in October for the spring 2022 semester. So just keep an eye out for when the scholarship portal opens back up. So if we make the first payment and then the Parent Plus loan is applied, will we receive a refund for the first payment? Yes, anytime that you make a payment, if you have additional funding come in that pays off the balance and then exceeds what is due, then you would have a credit balance on your account and then a refund would take place at that time. If it is a Parent Plus loan that is being applied and the refund is coming from the Parent Plus loan, that refund will be sent to the parent via paper check. When can we expect a response concerning FAFSA special circumstance petition reconsideration? Special circumstances is quite a lengthy process for financial aid. That is when, a student has completed the FAFSA and is requesting that changes be made to that due to an extended waiting circumstance. So generally, due to the FAFSA being on file and the student already being awarded, special circumstances are reviewed after all other students have been awarded for their initial packaging. Once we take the time to look at special circumstance, it does take in-depth review. And then once we review it, if we deem that changes need to be made, those changes are communicated with the Department of Education, and the FAFSA is then updated. Sometimes this will result in, your awarding changing or you being eligible then for Pell Grant or additional funding. However, it's not a guarantee that anything will change. So we always suggest that if you're looking for a special circumstance reconsideration, that you still need to be prepared to come with funding to cover your upcoming semester. What should I do if I still haven't, sorry, I went down a little. What should I do if I still haven't received my scholarship? I'm a part of the Bonner program. For the Bonner program, for Lomax and for Oprah Winfrey programs, we do receive a list of students that are eligible for those, and we award based on those lists that we receive. So if you were on the list as being part of the program, you should have been awarded. If you have not been, please make sure that you have fulfilled all requirements needed to continue with that program. And if that is still the case, please reach out to us so that we can look into your individual account to see why it may or may not have been awarded or why you're unable to view it at that point in time. If there's a balance due, but some external scholarships haven't hit my account yet, may I just wait or do I have to have a zero balance? If if it's an external scholarship, please make sure that you have submitted any documentation or award letters to show us that you have that external scholarship, because it should have, been awarded to your account if you were given the award. Please reach out to us with those situations. When will the Pell Grant be added? If you are eligible for the Pell Grant, which means that you have an expected family contribution number, I believe it's 5,800 or less. I will need to pull that up. But the Pell Grant would already be awarded to your account if you were eligible for it. Let me see what the max estimated expected family contribution is for this year. Sorry, I try to have it all memorized, but I do not. 5846 is the highest expected family contribution number, or EFC, that you can have in order to be eligible for any Pell funds. If a student has a credit balance, will that money be on their Tiger Pay account? If you have a credit balance, you should, okay, so all students are, we recommend that you set up the direct deposit on your account. And if there's ever a credit balance on your account, those funds are returned to you via direct deposit. If the refund is coming from a Parent Plus loan, that is sent to the parent in the form of a paper check. How can we accept the work study in our award and not loans if offered? Federal work study works a little bit differently. Federal work study funds are awarded to your student account if you are eligible to receive them. However, you will need to apply, interview, and get hired as a federal work study student before the funds go into accepted status. And then just a little bit more information about federal work study. We are currently working on getting everything updated in the system to start having supervisors throughout the different departments at Morehouse to post positions, and then you would then be able to go in and apply for them. So just keep an eye out for future communication regarding the opening of federal work study positions. The August 6th deadline, what if the PLUS approved MPN completed and an external scholarship is not updated in FA, which covers the COA? How are we to be ensured housing schedules won't be canceled? So there's a few things with that. I do want to clarify the difference between cost of attendance and your direct cost to your student account. Cost of attendance is a number that is given to every student, and this number includes both direct and indirect cost when coming to a school. We have to provide that information. So this includes tuition, fees, room and board, and it also includes things like indirect costs, which would be books and supplies, toothpaste, putting gas in your car, things like that, things that we don't directly put into your account. So what needs to be covered isn't the cost of attendance. What needs to be covered is the balance in your Tiger Pay student account. If you are not seeing, anything in BannerWeb or in Tiger Pay that is showing that you accepted, any loans, you need to reach out to us to have that adjusted, because it will affect your student account that nothing's been applied and nothing's been accepted, and it could then turn around and affect your housing and schedules. So you do want to reach out to us regarding that situation. On Tiger Pay, we can pay by check. Yes, you can pay by e-check through Tiger Pay. Are funds Morehouse credit, or will it be deposited into our bank accounts? Okay, there's a lot of questions about refunds. Refunds will be direct deposited to your student, the direct deposited account that you have on your in your Tiger Pay. So just make sure that you have a direct deposited account on there. And then any Parent Plus refunds will be sent to the parent by paper check. If an outside scholarship says that it specifically pays a balance and there is no balance, how does Morehouse handle that? If you have an outside scholarship, let's say you have a Parent Plus loan on your account or any federal loans, we will take that scholarship in place of those and adjust the loans. So, if an outside scholarship sends us the scholarship funds, we will adjust your loans accordingly so that we don't exceed your cost of attendance amount that we're subjected to. My account statement balance and my account balance is different. So if you received a bill, and then you're saying your Tiger Pay is different, I would have to look at your specific student account in order to provide more input on that, because that doesn't seem to be the case with most students. So make sure that you reach out to us regarding that. My son was offered work study, but I don't see it applied to his balance. So again, federal work study, students that are eligible to be a federal work study student will have that awarded to their student account. However, before those funds can be accepted in the system, the student would then need to apply, interview, and be hired as a federal work study student at Morehouse in order for those to go into accepted status. Now, those funds will then be, paid out over the course of the year during their position as wages. Sorry, I understand refunds will go to student account. If the parent pays the bill and scholarships, it's credited to account mid-year. Does the student receive the Unless it's coming from a Parent Plus loan, the refund will always be sent to the student because it's the student's school account. If payments are not paid in full by August 6th, but half of the payment is made, full payment or the installment plan need to be, so full payment is due by August 6th, or at least 60% with the installment plan is due by August 6th. If the full payment or the 60% for the installment plan is not set up on the account, we would then, have to, then the student does risk having housing and enrollment being canceled. Of course, they can be reinstated up until I believe next Friday, if I'm not mistaken. But you would need to have both paid, or you'd need to either have it paid in full or the installment plan set up by August 6th in order for that not to happen. Will we be refunded if special circumstance? Yeah, so if you go through the special circumstance process and your account is adjusted, anything that is in excess of what is due would then be a refund sent to you. Our student refund accounts automatically set up. The student would need to set up your direct deposit. We do not have your banking information to do that ourselves. So sorry, this one says, what if my special circumstance petition will impact a UNCF GAP scholarship? So again, a special circumstance does not guarantee a change to the FAFSA that would make you eligible for any funds. So I do want to just clarify that a special circumstance is a review and a possible update to your FAFSA. If it does deem that anything does change, and it would impact a UNCF GAP scholarship, I'm not sure that we can expedite that. You can always reach out to us to see, where your specific status stands. You requesting it back in December, my apologies that hasn't been seen since December, but I do want to reiterate that there has been some restructuring in student financial services. And so if those documents were sent to a personal email instead of student financial services at morehouse.edu, you will need to resend those because we do not have access to any documentation that was sent to someone's personal email that may no longer be at Morehouse or working in student financial services. My son received a merit scholarship when he was accepted. It was taken when he received his. Okay, um, if you have, again, if you guys have any specific account situations, I am sorry, but I'm unable to look into those at this time to determine, what was said or what is going on with your specific account, especially due to FERPA regulations. So if you have any specific personal questions, please make sure to reach out to us. You can you can email studentfinancialservices@morehouse.edu, and we will get back to you as soon as possible. Again, if you can also please refrain from, submitting multiple emails because that does bog down our inbox. That would be greatly appreciated. If you just send one email, I can assure you that we will get to it as soon as possible. If payments are not full by August 6th, if payments are not full by August the 6th, by half of the payment is made. A full payment is due by August 6th, and or you need to have the installment plan set up on your student account by August 6th in order to not risk having your housing and courses canceled. Federal work study, we will be sending out communication about federal work study positions sometime this month. We are hoping by next week we can have that all sent out. And then at that point, you would apply, interview, and possibly be hired for a position. Employment for federal work study at the earliest will be September's first start date. And then you would be paid for any hours work, and those payments would be biweekly. Parent Plus loans, federal financial loans, Pell Grant, most payments will not disperse until after the semester begins. For freshman students, that is 30 days after the start of the semester. So you will not see disbursements until sometime in September. How do I set up direct deposit? You will need to go into BannerWeb and then access your Tiger Pay and set up direct deposit through there. Is there any other ways to make tuition payments other than what is given in our portals? No, the only ways to make tuition payments would be the full payment due by August 6th, or you can set up the payment plan, and the payment plan will have you make a 60% payment on August 6th, and then the additional 40% will be split into equal payments, and that will be auto pay set up from whatever payment source that you have. When will our itemized bills be updated? I need to send an updated bill to Texas tomorrow so you can pay. You should be able to see under activity details and Tiger Pay your itemized bill information. If you're unable to still see it there, you will need to contact us again just to see if there's an underlying issue, or possibly reach out to the help desk. But all student accounts should be itemized with all charges and any pending incoming payments, such as federal financial aid, grants, and scholarships. Will we be able to use some of the Parent Plus refund for books? If so, books and supplies is one of those indirect costs. So that means that the student is, required to use funds outside of what's directly billed to their account to pay for books and supplies. So if a Parent Plus loan is dispersed to a student account and they're refunded, they can then use that for books. However, Parent Plus loan funds may not disperse in time for the beginning of the semester, so you may need to use other funds to purchase books at this time. My account won't let me view financial aid until I send in my birth certificate, but I have already sent it in. Okay, thank you, Elijah, for sending in your birth certificate. We will process that and have your financial aid award updated on your account. So is it by August 6th? August 6th is payment deadline and also the installment plan setup deadline. So by end of day, August 6th, all of that needs to be completed. The insurance waiver, you would go into, it's not too late to submit the insurance waiver. You can still complete the insurance waiver and have that submitted to United Healthcare in order to have the charge taken back. Sorry. I lost my spot, guys. Hold on one second. If you're unable to set up a payment plan, if it's telling you that you're not eligible, it could be that in the previous semester, a payment did not come through and you're now ineligible. So you would need to come with full payment on August 6th. So all Morehouse portal scholarships have been awarded to the student accounts. We are still working on some institutional aid and grants, and then any external scholarships are also being worked on. Today is Wednesday, and we are anticipating that we will have everything added to student accounts by Friday so that you know what is due by Friday. But I do want to say that, it for Hope Zell, if we see that your, balance due is what is coming in from Hope Zell and you're eligible, we wouldn't drop you for that specific balance. Any outside scholarships that haven't been applied, please keep an eye on your account. And then we are working through all of those as well. But if you know that you haven't submitted an award letter for an outside scholarship and you would like to do so, please make sure to do that as soon as possible so that we can get those added to your account as well. Anything that comes in excess. So we have some questions on here about scholarships hitting the account after all other aid has hit the account and it creating a credit. Those credits will always be refunded to the student. So any credit on the student account will be refunded to you. Any credit that is coming from a Parent Plus loan will be refunded to the parent by paper check. All right. I saw the international wire transfer was an option. I think they just do international wire transfer. I do not believe that we do domestic wire transfers, but let me get back to you about that. Is tuition payment deadline the same for the students enrolled in the new online degree program? Okay, so we do not accept domestic wire transfers. Um, so the next question was, is the tuition payment deadline the same for the students enrolled in the new online degree program? It is August 6th, and online students are not eligible for the installment plan. Will a refund of the installment fee be made due to error in financial aid? Can you explain that a little bit further? My Parent Plus loan is to be credit to my son's account that was set up with banking information. Any refunds will take place around a week after disbursements are made. Disbursements will not take place until sometime in September. I submitted the Parent Plus loan as well as my parents, so what would be the next step? The Parent Plus loan, as long as your parent was approved at studentaid.gov and they completed the master promissory note on that website, then the Parent Plus loan will be accepted in the system and dispersed sometime in September. How may I add a parent as an authorized user on my pay? So great question. We actually have a great little resource for everybody that provides, let me pull it up really quick. So if you go to housecentral.zendesk.com, um, which lovely Miss Dean Lovely Durham provided the little link right there. Um, it walks you through the steps of many of these questions that are being asked about the different programs. So if you go into, if you go to housecentral.zendesk.com and you go to the search bar and type in your question, um, authorized user, it'll bring up how to add an authorized user in TigerPay. When you click on that, it gives you step-by-step instructions on how to set that up. If you are told that you're unable to set up a payment plan at any time, or that you're ineligible, that usually means that there was a default on a previous installment plan. Um, if you are a freshman student, I would want you to look a little bit further into why that is the case. I'm not quite sure why you wouldn't be able to set up a payment plan as a freshman incoming student. Um, let me see. Itemized statement and Tiger Pay needs to be updated. And again, if you guys, I understand that, you may not get a quick prompt, immediate response, but if you have any questions about your particular account or student situation, please reach out to us directly. Unfortunately, I'm unable to advise according to each student account in here. As far as I understand and I have seen, all student accounts and itemized statements are updated for the fall 2021 semester. So if you're not seeing an updated itemized statement or you're unable to see activity details in Tiger Pay, you will need to reach out to us to see what the issue is for your specific account. What is the limit on a Parent Plus loan? Parent Plus loan amounts are determined on each individual student account's eligibility. So there is no specific limit. The maximum amount of money we can bring in for any student during the academic year would be $49,700, which is the cost of attendance. So we can fill in any gap there between what's coming in for your federal financial loans, Pell Grant, any scholarships, and we can fill that in with the Parent Plus loan should you be eligible for that. And there's no limit on that. We just can't exceed the cost of attendance when it comes to funding a student account. My son is an incoming freshman, so there is no previous balance, but it still would not let me set up a payment plan. Okay, that sounds like it may be an account issue of some sort. So again, please reach out to us because I am not sure why that would be happening. Alrighty. I did get some more information about the installment plan. So the installment plan does have the $150 enrollment fee. That enrollment fee is non-refundable. So if you're going to set up a installment plan, that $150 is not refundable. However, if you need to set up an installment plan and then your financial aid that comes in exceeds what is still due, it will adjust the rest of the balance and pay it off and unenroll you from the enrollment plan. If you have an outside scholarship and they need a internal contact person, that would be Student Financial Services. We have many outside scholarships that we provide information to, who we fill out documentation for, and they email us at studentfinancialservices@morehouse.edu, and one of the Student Financial Service advisors gets back to them with the information that's being requested. I set up for my son to receive the refund for the Parent Plus loan. How do I validate that it goes to him with his information set up in Tiger Pay already? Um, let me look into that. I believe that it will still be sent to the parent. All right, I'll come back to that one. I applied for several scholarships, but I haven't been notified whether I got the award or not. Can you explain why why this may be the case? So if you have applied for several scholarships through the Morehouse portal or Morehouse Scholarships portal, communication is still being put together to send out to students regarding that. So just keep an eye out on your student account for any communication or updates to your award. Bonner Foundation meeting tomorrow on behalf of my son. Okay. Okay, so if you have applied for the Parent Plus loan and you select on the application itself to have the funds sent to the student or the refund to be sent to the student, then we will do that. If you did not select that on the application, the refund will be sent to the parent. Ms. Longino, we have, thank you for all of your questions about your specific account. Again, we have been in communication with your son and have provided all the information we possibly can regarding the Bonner program. So again, please reach out to us privately regarding his specific account information. I have current term pending financial aid credits stated in Tiger Pay. When I check on Bannerweb, each one says that it has been received and satisfied. Is there something that I can do? Okay, so this may be how you're reading Tiger Pay. So the top box in Tiger Pay when you're looking at activity details will give you an overview of what your entire semester looks like when it comes to charges, pending financial aid credits, and then what your balance due is. When you look down at the following boxes on that screen, you will see all of your charges, which are your current charges placed on your account. Anything that is under pending financial aid credits, when it says pending, it means that it has not yet dispersed. So those funds will not be dispersed until sometime in September. And so that's why it says pending. It will not, once dispersed, it will switch into a different box that no longer says pending, and those funds will then have hit your account. Financial aid appeals, I can only speak to two. I'm not sure which one you are speaking of, but any SAP appeals are being handled, and if when a decision comes, they will email you directly with the decision that was made. Anybody that has a SAP appeal or a special circumstance appeal in will need to be prepared to pay their balance due on August 6th. Both of those processes do not guarantee that federal financial aid changes will be made to your account at any time. So you always want to make sure that you are prepared to come with full payment by payment deadlines, regardless if you have a SAP appeal in or a special circumstance appeal in. If you have a SAP appeal in and it's approved, we will then, go back and request the financial aid awards be updated on your account and disbursements are made. If you are denied for the SAP appeal, then you would still need to come prepared to pay your full balance, because at that time you would not be eligible to receive any federal financial aid. When it comes to special circumstance, those are case-by-case scenarios, and you also should come prepared to make the payment for the balance on your account, because you are currently awarded for the federal financial aid that you are eligible for. Once we review the special circumstance, if it's determined that any updates need to be made or can be made on the FAFSA, we will do so, and at that time your FAFSA will then be updated, and we will make adjustments for any additional funds that you are eligible for when it comes to federal financial aid. They are still working on DC TAG grants, so please, bear with us. Those should be taken care of this week. If I have been awarded a scholarship that takes care of my books, if I'm trying to buy books off the bookstore, how can I apply to my scholarship to my book order? Miles, can you please reach out to us directly because we will need to look into that situation specifically on your account. As far as I know, most outside scholarships, when they award, they just send the funds directly to us, and those funds would hit your personal student account. Maybe then you would be given excess funds in order to purchase books. We would have to look into, or you can look into what the scholarship is providing with that. Um, to set up direct deposit, so direct deposit, you would need your routing number and account information. We do not accept domestic wire transfers, only international wire transfers. So you would not be able to set up a domestic wire transfer if that's what you're asking about. I'm looking in the portal at the eligibility requirements. It says that my FAFSA was rejected. There is supposed to be a link below, however, the link is not there. If your FAFSA is ever rejected, that means that it was rejected by the Department of Education. When you complete the FAFSA, you get a student record, so a SAR, and that's the confirmation that they send you. On that first page, it lists out all the comments and provides information as to why your FAFSA was rejected. You need to go back into your FAFSA and update any errors that are there in order for us to get a FAFSA that's not rejected. Who do we contact when a question has been escalated? So the with student accounts, you would first reach out to Student Financial Services. At that time, if a situation becomes escalated, it would next come to me as the Director of Student Financial Services. Um, I am not sure to speak to what the escalation would be. Do you know when scholarships will be applied to our Tiger Pay accounts? Because I still have a balance in my account on Tiger Pay. If you have an external scholarship, we will need to wait for them to send those funds, disperse those funds to us before they can apply to your Tiger Pay account. And as far as I know, most outside scholarships, outside grant programs, they do not pay out until after the semester begins. They need to make sure that you're actually enrolled in classes and have sat, in class for a certain amount of time before they send those funds. Who do we contact when we have a question, problem that is timely and needs to be escalated? Okay, again, if you have any specific student questions, unfortunately, this is not the place to ask those. Unfortunately, I cannot pull up your personal accounts right now and take a look into your situation or your questions. This is more so for general accounts about how student financial aid works, financial aid questions, student account questions, but your specific personal questions, you will need to reach out to us. Again, we are answering all questions as fast as we possibly can. We are, in our busy season, we do have a lot of questions and emails. And if you are not getting an email back, you can schedule a phone appointment. I know that right now we're booked out until August 19th. That is just how busy we are. But we are trying to assist each and every one of you as quickly as possible. I do ask that when reaching out to us, to try to refrain from sending in multiple emails. Some students, we see that they've submitted 15, 20 emails within 24 hours. That does not expedite the situation. That does not, help us all in any way. It actually bogs down our inbox, and it takes us quite a lot of time to work through that. So if you all could just send your one email, or schedule your one appointment, I can assure you that we will see it and we will get back to you at our earliest convenience. Unfortunately, it's just is our busy time of the year, and we are working through everything as quickly as possible. So thank you so much for your patience and understanding. If some of the monies are not dispersed until September, does that put a hold on a student account? No, if we can see that funds are awarded and it's under that pending position in Tiger Pay, we do not drop students. We know we can see what's anticipated to come in for each student's account. I am unable to enroll for a payment plan as a freshman. August 6th. Let me see about that. Um, Give me 1 second, everyone. All right. Who do I contact about Texas Tomorrow Fund being applied to my balance? I've sent them the schools, but don't know if there will be payment by ASA. If you have an outside scholarship, please, and you have not yet, please send us an award letter so that we can anticipate those funds coming in for you. All federal loans will be dispersed to student accounts in September. We will not have them pay out before then. So if you go to, so someone asked, how do we make an appointment? I'm about to put a link for you all. Give me 1 second. If you go to morehouse.edu/about/contact, that will give you all of the possible ways to contact Student Financial Services. There's a link to schedule an appointment. There's also our email provided to you there as well. How has scholarship decisions? As of this morning, all scholarship decisions have been made for students who applied through the Morehouse Scholarship Portal. We are working on getting communication sent out to all students today, but since we're on this call, I just wanted to give that information to you all. The award letter, you will always send award letters to Student Financial Services at morehouse.edu. Um, Let me get some. So the next question was, it's a prepaid college fund. The Texas Tomorrow Fund is a prepaid college fund. Let me ask a question about that because I am unsure and I don't want to give incorrect information. So let me just see. And then I'm also just waiting to hear back about why you were unable to set up a payment plan as a freshman student. All right, so the Texas Tomorrow Fund would be considered a uh, third party, like billing. So you would definitely want to send us still some information. You email Student Financial Services at morehouse.edu regarding that. And then we have to set up the billing with Texas Tomorrow Fund in order to have those funds come in for you. What if I'm unable to enroll in an installment plan on my Tiger? I am still asking about that, so just give me 1 second. Okay, again, so if you have federal loans, if you have scholarships, if you have any grants that are on your student account in accepted status, they are anticipated funds that will be coming in for the fall semester. We will not drop you since we know that those anticipated funds are coming in. So August 6th, if your account is covered completely with what's awarded to you, you don't have to do anything for August 6th. If you have federal loans coming in and you see in Tiger Pay that, you still have a balance due, that balance due is what needs to be paid by August 6th or on August 6th. So I hope that clears it up a little bit. Your federal loans, the disbursement has nothing to do with your balance due. The disbursement just means when you may possibly get a refund if you're due a refund. But anything that's on your student account as anticipated pending funds for the fall semester will not be due on August 6th. It's anything that is, due after those are considered part of your account. I hope that makes sense. If you still have a question about that, then you can ask again. But I believe that helps answer that question. So just give me a few more minutes about the um, all right. So I got a little bit of information about payment plans, installment plans. So our initial payment deadline was August 3rd, which was yesterday. And we have had student holds put on student accounts in error. So they're clearing that up right now. So that may be why you were unable to enroll in an installment plan. So please try to go back in there later this afternoon and attempt to do so again. It should be cleared up by then, and you should be able to do so at that point. Who do we contact about direct financial aid questions? And we opted out of. So direct financial aid questions, student account questions would come to my department, which is Student Financial Services. So if you go to morehouse.edu/about/contact, there are two different ways that you can contact us on there. You can schedule an appointment or you can email us and we can get your situations figured out. As far as getting the health insurance waived, if your health insurance was waived, you will not see the 488 removed off of your account. Instead, what you will see is that a payment was made towards your account of 488. So we don't remove it, we just balance it out with a payment of 488. Yeah, sponsored billing would come to Student Financial Services at morehouse.edu. I had an outside scholarship say that an e-check was sent to Morehouse on July 28th. I'm not sure what department they sent it to. How can I follow up on the funds? I don't see it applied to Tiger Pay. All right, so campus is still closed. We do go up there. We do have someone go up there daily to process, any payments that we get in. Hopefully they sent it to the correct address. An e-check is telling me that it's an electronic check, so I'm not sure how exactly they sent that. You will need to reach out to us directly, Atoya, to look into that matter because I cannot address that at this time. But e-check, I'm not sure where they sent that to, but any paper checks that are sent into our office is being processed as soon as possible right now. Any other questions? Does the insurance waiver reduce the financial aid for COA? Um, I'm not quite sure what that means. The cost of attendance is just it's the same number for every single student. The cost of attendance is what we have to provide policy-wise for the Federal Department of Education, and it includes all direct and indirect costs. Um, the insurance waiver doesn't apply to the students awarding at all, so it does not affect their financial aid. It doesn't reduce their financial aid. The payment waiver would just be something that, or the insurance amount is just something that's added to the student's direct account. Are bond or scholars responsible for student insurance payment? I believe so. If you're using United Healthcare insurance, that would be something that the student is responsible for. I don't believe that the Bonner Scholarship covers insurance payments. Yes. So someone asked, that is a very long email address. Can you add a link? So if you go to morehouse.edu/about/contact, it will take you to a contact page with all types of different ways to contact student financial services. Anything that is being wired from, a lot of scholarship programs speak directly to us, and we have their accounts able to wire or disperse to Morehouse. If your scholarship person is saying that they don't have that access or they have not set that up, they will or you will need to email us so that we can get that sponsored billing account set up in our system. On Banner Web, it says some of my loans have been accepted, but it is not showing as pending on Tiger Den, so I still have a balance. Why is that? JC, please reach out to us directly regarding your specific account information. I am unable to see that on your account, and I'm not sure exactly why that is happening. The cost of attendance states for 9,700. Right. So students, okay, so the cost of attendance is just a number that every student is provided, and it just tells us the max amount of funds that we can bring in total during an academic year for each student. It does not reflect what they're eligible for. It does not reflect what they're awarded. The cost of attendance is separate from that. Award amounts are provided to a student based on their eligibility coming from the FAFSA, or any, scholarships, outside grants that they are eligible for. So the two are they're different things. The cost of attendance includes both indirect and direct cost, and it is the same number for every single student that attends Morehouse College. Awarded information for each student is independent of each student. It is different for every single student. And, that is what you will see on the student's banner web is their award amounts, which is completely different from cost of attendance. I'm sorry, you probably already answered this question, but if I have a scholarship that helps pay for my books, how do I apply my scholarship to my book order? So again, so scholarships, I only know that they send a full amount, whether it includes a book stipend, to the student's account. You will need to speak with that scholarship, especially if it's an outside scholarship, to see how they're going to pay for your books. Because if we just are receiving one payment to your student account, we are unable to dictate, what's applied toward tuition and fees and what's being directed towards your book order. NSO. So the new store orientation fee is $755. You can always, so a good way to look at that is we have a schedule of fees. And I would suggest for anyone that came in late to this recording or into this live stream to go back and watch my presentation regarding financial aid and student accounts, because on there I do go into detail about the schedule of fees and provide a link. So the schedule of fees is a great resource to have when it comes to financial planning for your student account. So, every year, um, our board puts together the schedule of fees and it is posted for all students to view and anticipate what their upcoming school year is going to look like when it comes to making payments and having their balances covered. I do want to reiterate that, going to college, it is a lot on your part to do a lot of, insight and research to determine what your costs are going to be, what kind of scholarships you may be eligible for and possibly bring in, and then anticipate, what your outside costs are going to be as well. So if you're not living on campus, what is your housing going to look like? What's your transportation going to look like if you're commuting to campus? And determine how you're going to pay for school. That is incredibly important. Financial planning, planning is just so important. I can't explain that enough. It is incredibly important that you come in with a realistic view of what school is going to cost you, both in loans, because financial borrowing, responsible borrowing is very important as well. You don't want to over borrow any loans. You don't want to also expect that something's going to fall into place to help you pay for school, because the last thing that any of us like to see is a student stressed because they're unable to focus on their schooling, because they're focused so much on financials because they expected something to fall into place for them to be able to pay for school. You should come prepared to pay for school. You have to be, financially sound in order to make the best decisions when it comes to attending college. So we're here to assist. We're here to provide as many options as possible, but it doesn't always mean that we're going to be able to resolve all or come up with a solution for every student every time. So, make sure that you know what loans you're eligible for, that you've completed the FAFSA every year, that you're applying for those scholarships and grants, that you're maintaining your GPA so that you can continue getting your institutional aid and grants, or any renewable scholarships, and just making sure that you're reviewing those schedules of fees each year, which is all available to you on the Morehouse website, so that you can anticipate what your funding is going to look like each semester and every year. All right. All scholarships should have been should be all. It depends on what scholarship. So if it's an outside scholarship that you are receiving and you have not yet sent in the award letter for, please do so. That's the only way that we usually can anticipate those funds for you. Also, there are, like, Thurgood Marshall Scholarship. They speak to us continuously when it comes to eligible students. So usually that is processed appropriately. But as I said, outside scholarships and some institutional aid is still being applied to student accounts this week. Please keep an eye on Bannerweb to see when those are updated. All Morehouse Scholarship Portal scholarships have been applied, so communication regarding that will go out shortly. And then you just want to keep an eye out on Bannerweb. Tiger Pay will update accordingly as well once those are applied. What is the cost for NSO? I did provide the schedule of fees again. So the schedule of fees is a great resource to use to find out all those questions about what fees are being applied. The student fee for news to orientation for fall students is $755. And that should be a direct cost that has already been added to your students' Tiger Pay. All right. I'm adding some um, contact information here. Uh, Give me 1 second, and then we want to do house. There you For any fees, any student or campus, student fees, NSO fees, all of that, there's no itemized breakdown for those fees. Those fees are used for overhead and cost related to each program, the different departments, the different courses that students are taking. The technology fee is used towards technology. So unfortunately, there is no itemized breakdown of those fees. And I know that another popular question that we get is, if a student is living off campus, can we remove the PO box fee? We cannot. That is also a mandatory fee for any student attending Morehouse. But again, please visit the schedule of fees for all of the different fees that the student may incur while they're at Morehouse. If you're having any trouble with a login or your ID not being recognized, I would suggest reaching out to the help desk. And if you go to morehouse.edu /about/contact, I know I sound like a broken record, but really these are great resources to have. If you go in there, you are able to, maybe not. Let me see. Nope. So let me give you the information for IT. Hold on 1 second. Any other questions? We have about 10 minutes left if you guys still have questions. Um, yes, thank you. I was looking for the 866 number too. All right. Any other questions at all? All right. So again, Student Financial Services is who you will contact if you have any questions about your financial aid, scholarships, or student account information. We can be reached at studentfinancialservices@morehouse.edu. If you need to schedule an appointment, you can visit morehouse.edu/about/contact, and there's a link there to schedule an appointment. We are booked out through August 19th at this time. It may be a little bit further after this presentation. I am not sure. And then you can always visit housecentral.zendesk.com as well. And on this website, you can find the answer to most questions that are regularly asked. And if you're still unable to find your answer, you can reach out to us on there as well. You're so welcome. I do not have the payment deadline for spring pulled up right now. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can get that. I am a freshman parent. I'm unable. Yeah, so the original payment deadline was August 3rd. We found out today that there were some holds placed onto accounts. So if you could just check back later this afternoon, they're going through and they're removing all of those holds for our freshman students so that they're eligible to set up the installment plan. So just check back later this afternoon and try again to set up that installment plan. Excuse me, 1 second. You're so welcome. I'm still looking for that payment deadline for spring. As of right now, I'm going to also give you guys the link to the academic calendar on the Morehouse website. So the academic calendar is saying that right now payment deadline will be January 4th.
Good afternoon. I would first and foremost like to thank Ms. Collins and Ms. Guilford for their excellent job they've done for us today. They provided a service that, as you will learn, is very rare, and that is the highest level of expertise possible, all coming to you from Morehouse College. So we thank them deeply and profoundly. Now, as we move forward, we will dismiss until 2:05, where we will reconvene and you will hear from the registrar. We will cover FERPA, your high school, and any dual enrollment credits that you may have, as well as the Degree Works program that assists you in accounting for the courses you have taken that will move you toward graduation. Every course isn't equal. So, one thing we always want to make sure of is that we take not merely courses that we're interested in, but more importantly, the courses that are required to move us forward progressively. So again, I thank them, and we look forward to you reconvening with us at 2:05, the same link, and this time we're going to focus for 1 hour with the individuals representing the registrar's office. Thank you all so much for joining us this morning, which turned into afternoon for those of you in California. But we appreciate it. And we'll see you at 2:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you.
All right, bye.
gotta make room for us. It's a lot, it's a lot. Gotta make room for us.
to the 2021 New Student Orientation presented by the Registrar's Office. I am Lakedra Guilford, Associate Registrar. Other registrar staff include Marie Brown, the Registrar, Dr. LaShonda McQueen, Assistant Registrar, Joanna Blankson, Degree Works and Graduation Analyst, Carla Folds, Transcript Evaluation Analyst, and Jordan Corder, Transcript Evaluation Analyst. First thing we'll talk about is FERPA. What is FERPA? FERPA is the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act. In a nutshell, FERPA means the institution is responsible for protecting student records unless otherwise requested by the student to release that information to third parties. We have a form that students can fill out and send to the registrar's office for processing. Transcripts. Transcripts going outbound to other entities such as another school or for a scholarship or any other reason can be ordered through the National Student Clearinghouse. Please be advised that the normal processing time is 2 to 3 business days. You can submit your request and also pay online. E-transcripts will be coming soon where we don't have to manually process a printed transcript for you. You'll receive a PDF in your email. Transcripts inbound. That means transcripts that are being received by the institution. All transcripts must be submitted directly from the other institution, including dual enrollment credit. We'll also be receiving any final high school transcripts because this is a requirement. So if we have not received your final high school transcript, please be sure to submit it to the registrar's office. If you have any other college level credit, such as CLEP or AP, make sure that you submit those scores to the registrar's office for processing. Enrollment verifications. Our enrollment verifications can be ordered through the National Student Clearinghouse. It is an immediate transaction where you would request your enrollment verification online and receive it in a PDF document. Verifications for fall 2021 will be available approximately 1 week after the start of the semester. If you need an enrollment verification prior to the start of classes, please email records@morehouse.edu. Here's an example of an enrollment verification that you will receive from National Student Clearinghouse. This is an official document of Morehouse College, so it should be accepted as an enrollment verification for an outside entity. Veteran services. This is the area where students who are veterans themselves or is a veteran dependent, meaning that your parent or guardian was a veteran, may be able to receive education benefits. Please be sure to speak to your parent or guardian or go online to the VA website at www.va.gov for more information. We will require the certificate of eligibility and a certification of your enrollment in order to process any VA educational benefits. For more information, please visit our website. And if you have any questions, please email records@morehouse.edu. My Portal. Most of you have already experienced My Portal with logging in and seeing all of the apps that are available to you. Here are just some of the apps that you may want to explore in depth, which is the Banner Web icon, the Banner Web app, the Degree Works Audit app, the Blackboard Learn app, the Online Help Center, and your Morehouse email. Here are some important things to know. Please make sure that you visit the Morehouse website. Discover everything that is on there. The information that is out there on the website will help you navigate through your college experience. The academic calendar is the information that you will need to know because it includes important dates such as the last day to drop an ad, the last day to withdraw, when payment deadlines are, and so on. The academic course calendar is very important so you'll know different policies for the institution and also any course descriptions or degree plans and just information about the college in depth. So please make sure that you go out there and read through the course catalog. DegreeWorks. DegreeWorks is a tool to help you navigate through your degree plan. If you know what your major is, you can go out there to your DegreeWorks and see a full outline of the classes that you will need to graduate from Morehouse College. Along with your advisor, you'll be able to go through your degree plan and ensure that you're taking the classes that you need in order to meet your graduation requirements. Here's the website for the Office of Records and Registration. There's plenty of information out there for you to be able to go through and navigate the institution. Please be sure to visit every link on our page so that you can see the information that is out there for you, for your parents, or anyone that wants information about the registrar's office. Lastly, here's our contact information. Our email is records@morehouse.edu, along with our phone number and our fax number. And coming soon, we'll be a part of House Central, which is an online appointment scheduling tool. And also, we'll be a part of QList, which is an online help center as well. Thank you for giving me the time to present to you the information about the registrar's office. And now we'll have question and answer. Hello, I am Lakedra Guilford, Associate Registrar here at Morehouse College, and we are here to answer any questions for you. We have Ms. Joanna Blankson joining us and also Dr. Laura Carter joining us as well. So please put your questions in the chat and we will answer them accordingly. All right, no questions just yet. So hopefully the presentation provided a lot of information for you. And like I said, there is a lot of information on our website that you can visit on your own. It's available 24 hours, 7 days a week. I have a question. When is the deadline to submit a high school transcript? And do we email it or mail a hard copy? The deadline to submit a high school transcript, there's really not a deadline. We do prefer to have it as soon as possible because we do need that information for other things. You can have the school email it directly to us at records@morehouse.edu, or you can have it mailed to Morehouse College. Any other questions for us for the registrar's office? Any other questions out there? Here's another question. If I have an associate's degree, when can I expect my equivalencies to be evaluated? As long as we have your transcript from any institutions that you've attended previously, your transcript will get evaluated. And as you know, it's almost like a first come, first served basis. We are processing them in the order that they are received. So they will get evaluated. It's just taking a little more time because we are in our peak period as well. Another question, where do we send the form to allow parents access, and do we have to send to multiple departments? No, you will send that FERPA form, the Student Information Release Authorization Form, to records@morehouse.edu. And we prefer the student to complete that form, sign it, and email it to us through their Morehouse email account. Any other questions for us? Are students allowed to cross-register to any schools in Atlanta? No, there are specific schools that you can cross-register. There's two types of cross-registration. There is a AUC cross-registration, which is not open to freshmen. And then there is a ARCH cross-registration. The links for those items are online on our website. And there you can get more information about cross-registration and the process for that. But it's not to any schools in Atlanta. There are specific schools that you can cross-register for. AUC comprises of course, Morehouse, Spelman, Clark, and Morehouse School of Medicine. And ARCH comprises of a lot of different schools. Like I said, their website, a link to ARCH cross-registration is on our website. So you can see what schools we do partner with the ARCH cross-registration. The email address is records@morehouse.edu, and I'll put that in the chat. That's where you'll want to email that form to. The form is on our website as well. And yes, the students should be submitting that form. Any other questions? Another one. If my high school transcript lists dual enrollment courses that I have taken, will I still need to submit my college transcript as well? Yes, you will, because we do have to have that college transcript on file. We cannot use the high school transcript for the dual enrollment credits. We have to have the transcript from that institution. They must send it directly to us so that we can evaluate it for the dual enrollment credit. Will students be able to retake entrance exams? I'm not sure of that. That's not our area. I'm sure that information will be forthcoming in a different session. But I am not sure if you can retake. They may allow a grace period for a retake of an exam, but I am not 100% sure of that answer. Any other questions for us? Question, when will the grades and credits from this summer's MAP program get posted to the student's record? That depends on the end of that program and when grades will become available. So as soon as the program ends, then we will, instructors will be submitting the grades for those programs, and they will reflect in a couple of days from that day that the instructors put the grades in. They do have that information. It's an internal deadline for them. Another question, will students be able to meet with their advisors during NSO? The students can make an appointment with their advisor at any time, not necessarily through NSO, because their advisors will be presenting in a different session. But a student, if they need to meet with their advisor about anything, they can reach out to them directly. The advisor who the student spoke with prior to registering for classes, they can reach out to that same person. Another question, sorry if this question has already been answered, but I am coming late. What is the process to take Latin at Spelman? That is a cross-registration process that you would have to follow. As long as you're not a freshman student, you would have to initiate that conversation with your advisor, because they will be the person to initiate the cross-registration request to our office if you want to take classes at Spelman, if it's available. It just depends. Not every class is available for cross-registration. Any other questions for us? The summer program ended July 18th, and I thought I read all grades were due July 20th. Was this not the case, or was the date to report grades modified? So if
Lakeisha, let me answer that. We're in the process of obtaining those grades. There is some of the programs did run a little longer because they started a little later. So we're in the process of obtaining those grades as we speak. They will definitely be in before classes begin for fall, but some of the courses are running a little longer than anticipated, but we have put in a request this week for those grades.
Okay. So let's see. So yes, incoming freshmen will not be able to cross-register, unfortunately. The house question, yes, that will be answered. You can get your answer for that question in a different section. We don't cover housing here. Another question, will a student be notified if their high school transcript is still missing? At some point, a communication will be sent to the student, or the student may receive a hold on the account for the final high school transcript, but either way, the student will be notified to provide that information to us. Any other questions?
If I may, I'll return to an earlier question. For those of you who are just joining us for the first time, my name is Ilya Davis. I'm a 1989 graduate of Morehouse College. I am the director of first-year students and transition programs, and I teach in the philosophy department. Someone asked a question about engaging their advisors. After our session tomorrow, which will be the second and last day for the virtual meetings, we will disclose to you the full schedule for the new student orientation, which will transpire beginning August 12th and ending on the 17th. The parents are only needed for the 12th and 13th. Thereafter, all students will be solely ours for a protracted period of time to be disclosed later. But most importantly, on one of the days, Friday the 13th, and again, Friday the 13th, we will allow you to engage advisors in breakout sessions. So you will be able to speak with divisional professors. Example would be if you're in the social sciences or the humanities, we'll break you up under certain majors, philosophy, religion, history, political science. And then at that moment, you'll be able to talk to the professors from those respective areas, as well as your advisor. And remember, as a first-year student, you are primarily given divisional advisors. Departmental advisors are separate. And we'll speak more about this in particular once you've come to the campus and we begin our sessions on Friday the 13th. Thank you.
Okay. So are there any other questions for us?
Well, since no one is asking questions, I will ask these very, very competent registrars. One question that students often are confused, or issue that question that they're confused about, it's not merely having 120 graduation hours. What is it about the particular type of hours, or from where do they gain these hours? What does it mean to take electives that may not satisfy the graduation general ed core requirements? So how do they negotiate that?
Okay, so our degree requirements are broken down between 120, the major requirements, the gen ed requirements, and the free electives. Are we following so far? Okay. So at a minimum, a student can earn, let's say, like right now with the new gen ed requirements, they could earn a minimum of 32 credit hours for gen ed. Let's say their program requires 30. So that's 60 hours that they've earned. They've taken all the course requirements for the gen ed, which is about, let's say roughly about 32. They've taken all the requirements for their major, which is another 30. So that's 62. So the additional, what is it, 60, no, 58 have to come from somewhere, right? So that's where the free electives come in. So that's when they can take, if they have a lot of, and degree works is broken down in this fashion. It's broken down per gen ed, per degree, I mean per major, and then the free electives. So if they're taking courses that don't have a home in the general education area or the program area, it's going to go and live in the free elective area. So the key is just assess how many credit hours it's really if you look at your gen ed is pretty much standard throughout. I mean, give or take, depending on how it fluctuates. You at the minimum, I've seen 32. Then I've seen programs that only require 30. So that's 62. So student requires another 58, right, for elective. So that's when they can take any course to apply that can apply toward the elective requirements. Does that make sense?
Now, as we all know, here's the kicker, and this is something that's very important. I get to my sophomore year, and I've discovered I should have had a different major. How then do I go about navigating covering hours from my new major? So if I go hypothetically from engineering to religion or philosophy or sociology, am I still on course to graduate in 4 years? Should I not change my major? How do I think about this? At least think about it.
Well, there's a feature in DegreeWorks called the what if that they can use to assess if I decide I'm a bio major, all of a sudden I want to be a math major. No, I don't know about both those, but I'm jumping from bio to math. I want to see what the requirements are. So they can look. They can do a what if in DegreeWorks to see what the difference is going to look like. What's going to kick into their elective area. So they've taken a series of bio courses that don't apply to the math requirement. So that's going to kick out all those bio courses into the elective area. And if the elective area is full, it's going to kick it out to it's going to go to the courses not applied. It still counts in their overall credits. However, it doesn't have a place to live anymore because you've changed majors. I mean, if you do a what if, you're not changing, but if you do the full change and you've taken, let's say 75% of your major requirements for bio, and now you want to switch to math, those bio courses are not required for math, right? So now we have to figure out, those bio courses, they may fill up your elective requirements if you haven't, been taking just random courses to fill up the elective requirements. A lot of students take a minor that reduces the elective requirements. They still do need to take some electives, but not as many. Because, on average, our minors consist of 15 to 18 credit hours, give or take, depending on the minor, right? So I've seen some of our programs, as most of us know, they range from 30 credit hours. Our major requirements range from 30 to 68. So depending on your major, that really drives a lot of that, those changes. So you have to kind of just look to see. So you're not going to lose the courses in the sense of they won't apply to your major. They'll just apply now to your elective area, because with DegreeWorks, and it's just standard, regardless if it's DegreeWorks or not. When we did manual audits, you know, if you're a math major and you're taking a series of bio courses, unless, you've worked it out with the division chair where they'll allow you to use, and most of them don't, but where they'll allow you to use some of the courses to suffice your major requirements, you're going to have to pick up those additional courses in that new math major.
Wonderful. Another hypothetical I'm sure you all are used to. There are two ways of looking at it.
Yes.
The first one is this. I decided to go to summer school, but I didn't tell you, Miss Guilford, Blank, I didn't tell you. And then I come back and I say, I want credit for this. I took 6 hours at the college of so-and-so. Will that be able to be accepted? Are there means or divisions I need to speak with about accepting? That's the first scenario. The other scenario that I do follow protocol, I get the class approved. Then what's the next step? As we know, students will say, I took it. Where is the class? And how do I make sure, and this is a little caveat, how do I make sure I'm taking the right summer courses, right as much as they will help me graduate and satisfy the requirements at Morehouse? Those are 3 questions. I'm sorry.
Okay, so the first one is if you decide to take classes outside of Morehouse and you don't tell us. Well, what you want to do before you even decide to think about taking classes somewhere else is to meet with your advisor to decide what classes you should be taking, what classes you can take, because some classes cannot be transferred back, or some classes cannot be taken outside of Morehouse. So you need to make sure that you meet with your advisor. That is going to be your number one first line of contact when it comes to your academic progress, is to speak to your advisor. If you're an incoming freshman, most of you will have a divisional advisor right now. And that's the person that you had spoken to create the class schedule that you have now. So you can reach out to your divisional advisor until your actual advisor for your major is appointed. But you definitely want to speak to your advisor first. If you've taken classes and didn't notify anyone, that's okay. Just make sure that you have your transcript sent to the institution so that we can evaluate for credit. But we'll also request an off-campus approval form, which is on our website for you to complete and also get your approval. So you'll just be doing the process a little bit backwards. But if you haven't taken any classes and you're thinking about it, you definitely want to speak to your advisor first and then complete the off-campus approval form. And the advisor can also help you complete that form if you need assistance with getting the right academic program directors to sign off, because each subject that you take, you will need to make sure that you get that pre-approval from the academic program director, which is the person who oversees a program such as English. There's an academic program director for English, and so on and so forth. So you'll definitely want to make sure that you contact your advisor to assist you with filling out that document. What was that third question? Well, I think I did two. What was the third one? Make sure that they get a copy. Okay, so once you have your transcript sent to us, then we'll evaluate that transcript. We will review your form that you've completed, and then we'll post your credit that way. So whatever is listed on your off-campus approval form, if you submitted one to us, we'll review your transcript to make sure everything matches up, and then we'll post that credit to your account. And you should see that within, it depends on when we receive your transcript, and that's based on how long it will take to get your credits posted. Usually it takes about 2 to 3 business days to receive your transcript.
And along those lines, what type of college am I looking for summer school if it's outside of Morehouse? And is there a difference for me to take a course at Morehouse in the summer versus taking it to an accepted school outside of Morehouse?
So as a Morehouse registrar, we prefer you to take classes here at Morehouse, but that's not the case for every student. If you're looking at an outside institution, we do want to make sure that it has to be a regionally accredited institution. So you can't necessarily just go anywhere. We do have a tool, actually a link on our website, and I will post it in the chat where you can see what classes at different schools we have already created equivalencies for. So these are classes that you can already see that are equivalent to Morehouse courses. And those are the classes that you may want to take if you can, but definitely you'll want to go over that with your advisor. Even though you're this tool, you still want to meet with your advisor because that it's not enough. It's just something to help guide you in that process of thinking about taking some classes outside of Morehouse.
Is
I
there a,
do.
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to circle back to your first question about the credits as well. I do see that a lot. That happens a lot with our graduating seniors when they need maybe 3 credits to graduate, and it's not in a particular. It's not in the gen ed area or the the program area. It's falling into the free elective area, and in that instance, they still need to get the approval. We won't deny the credits, but we would prefer them to go through their go get the off-campus approval, let the APD sign off on it, and have those credits transfer back in, properly. Because what happens is, Morehouse, as you've been here, the students they talk to each other. Oh, you need 2 credits. Just go take a class and then send them an email and ask about your diploma. That's what happens. And it's just like, oh, okay. Well, I went to, Kennesaw State. Okay, well, did you send your transcript? I mean, we don't know anything, they'll just say, I went to Kennesaw State. I don't know if for some reason they think that all the schools are just linked and we're not. So if you go to Kennesaw State and you don't tell us, you don't tell anyone, and then you come back and say, I took the last 2 credits at Kennesaw State. I want to know where my diploma is. We got to go through the process of ordering that transcript from Kennesaw State, having it submitted officially. Of course, officially, you can't bring it to us. It needs to come officially from Kennesaw State. It needs to come to our department. We'll review it, assess it based on, our criteria. It has to be a C or higher. The transfer credits have to be a C or higher, because if it's a D, we're not going to accept it. So things like that, that's how sometimes students get lost in translation, because they speak to other students and they need to speak to an administration, or they're speaking to administration who don't really understand the process. And there's nothing wrong with that, that they don't, but they should come to us or whoever's in charge of that process to get a clear understanding as to what needs to happen. So that's how sometimes students will go to another college. We don't know about it, because their friend told them, just take 2 classes here and just call them and ask them for your diploma. It's like, okay, well, let's start with the transcript first. They have to get the transcript sent over to us, because if we don't have a transcript to confirm what they've done at the other college, we can't do anything about the 2 outstanding credits. So thank
Wonderful. And I was going to say, you segue perfectly into another issue, and it's always it's issue driven. So how many courses am I allowed at Morehouse before I'm charged over what's the maximum, I guess, tuition cost? So if I take 18 hours and I take 1 credit hour over, is that an additional cost? And as you mentioned about seniors, I go through my first 3 years, I get to my senior year, I'm 2 credits short. If I take 18 hours, I still need that 2. Is there a suggestion how? Now, DegreeWorks, obviously, I obviously didn't follow it. But be that as it may, I'm stuck. I need 2 more hours.
Okay, and so you can, anything over 18 hours, there's a fee. Is that correct, Lakeitra?
Yes, that is correct.
Anything over 18 hours, there's a fee, and that they do need an over the credit hour, over the credit limit. They need an approval for that. They need to have their APD submit an approval, because if they're not, progressing as a student, we don't want them to, we don't want them to take 19 hours and they're barely functioning in the capacity. It's like they're struggling. They're right there teeter-tottering at a 2.0. And here they go they take 22 hours. And it's like, well, why did they let me take all these hours if they knew I wasn't, going to perform academically? So they have to get approvals for that. So they can do it, but they just have to pay out of pocket.
Wonderful. And I was going to make it very make a point. Science majors you will go over by virtue of some of your courses being 4 credit hours. So don't panic, because they're going to come to Ms. Blanks and say, well, why must I pay? We will take that into consideration. She's already intimated getting this done through your division and your APD, because they know calculus. Say, for instance, you take 2 calculus classes, calculus classes, and you will end up with 8. Now, you only have 2 classes, but the credit hours are going to be extended beyond the maximum that is covered by your tuition. So I brought that up because I constantly get science majors who end up with more credit hours, and also labs. The lab will push you as well. Don't consider those to be problematic. What's problematic, as she intimated, or as she explicitly said, is that when you have decided to exceed the maximum number, which is 18, and then build more classes on that as a matter of trying to satisfy some classes you may have dropped, or you didn't take more than 12 before, again, is very clear. The graduation route is a minimum of 15 hours a semester average. Now, you can offset that average by summer school or taking 18, but if you wish to end up with 120, I hope more, but with 120, you're going to have to say to yourself, I have to average 15 a semester. So that's why I was asking those specific questions that I posed. Do any of you all have anything else along the lines that you might want to add to what I have said or that has already been said?
That's it. That's good.
So there's someone else who asked a question, and I didn't want to do this, but I will step away from this conversation about parents being required to be here for new student orientation on the 12th and 13th. Required, no, but vigorously encouraged to attend, because those 2 nights are family nights. Aunt, uncle, neighbor who's helped rear our dear student, everyone that you find dear to your heart, we tried to bring them in on those days because it is primarily focused on family for the 12th and the 13th. After the 13th, there's no need after that point for guardians, parents, or any additional family members to be on campus. So as we move forward in this regard, if there are no more questions, and I'm looking at our stream, if there are no more statements or questions or queries, we can end early and we can reconvene at 3:05. At that time, we will be doing safety and health. And I'm sure we should have a significant number of questions regarding safety and health here at Morehouse College. So again, I would like to thank our panelists so much for their time, energy, and their most profound responses. Thank you all for joining us again, and we will reconvene at 3:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today. Thank you again.
Hi, my name is Valerie Dalton, and I am the Associate Vice President of Campus Safety and your Chief of Police. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to Morehouse College on behalf of all the members of the Morehouse College Police Department. I've been here at Morehouse since January of 2015, and I've been in law enforcement for 34 and a half years, most of those years in service to the Southwest and Greater Atlanta community. The Campus Safety Department operates 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In other words, we are always here to serve you. We are currently located next to Shivers Dining Hall and across from Kilgore Student Center. Our main contact number is 404-215-2666. That's 404-215-2666. And in the case of a power outage, you can also reach us at 404-427-7396. Again, that's 404-427-7396. You may email us at mcpd@morehouse.edu. Again, that's mcpd@morehouse.edu. We also provide a tip line for anonymous reporting, and you may call us at 404-653-7700. Our department is comprised of security officers, police officers, dispatchers, and other administrative staff. Your Morehouse College police officers are sworn Georgia Post certified and have the same arrest powers as any officer in the state of Georgia. We patrol the campus on golf carts and in vehicles. We also have strategically placed surveillance cameras throughout the campus and call boxes in order to assist us in providing you quality service. The campus police department believes the best way to provide a safe and secure atmosphere is through partnerships with our community, with the community we serve. That includes students, staff, and faculty. We also have strong partnerships with the Atlanta Police Department, which is our local law enforcement agency, and the police departments at Clark Atlanta University, Spelman College, and the Morehouse School of Medicine. There's a zero tolerance for alcohol, illegal drugs, and guns on any Morehouse property. Violators are subject to arrest and/or student conduct sanctions. We ask that you always practice situational awareness, report suspicious activity, and use secure, well-lit routes when traveling off campus. Feel free to visit us here at Morehouse College Police Department and on our website. You can also follow us on Twitter at Morehouse Safety. Again, welcome to Morehouse, and thank you for choosing us for your continued education.
Hello. I'd like to call this meeting to order. I want to discuss student advocacy and accountability here at Morehouse College. The Department of Student Advocacy and Accountability is here for all of your student conduct needs. Here, we strive to strengthen personal responsibility and motivate you to be the best version of yourself. As stated, we are committed to an environment free of illegal drug usage, sexual misconduct, and violence so that we may enhance your Morehouse experience. Morehouse College has a zero tolerance for the use of any illegal drug or alcohol, violence, and any form of sexual misconduct. I want to be one of the first to welcome you. We look forward to helping you grow over the next 4 years here at Morehouse. We have developed a few expectations on etiquette and general behavior. These standards represent the core values of integrity, fairness, respect, and responsibility. Speaking of standards, please take a moment to read over our standards of excellence. Integrity, responsibility, respect, fairness, and community. The community of scholars at Morehouse College is dedicated to personal and academic excellence. Choosing to live in the community obligates each member to code of civilized behavior. Allegiance to these ideals requires each Morehouse College student to refrain from and discourage behaviors which threaten the freedom and respect every individual deserves. I will practice personal and academic integrity. I will discourage bigotry while striving to learn from differences in people, ideas, and opinions. I will respect the rights and property of others. I will demonstrate concern for others, their feelings, and their needs for conditions that support their work and development. To contact the Office of Student Advocacy and Accountability, you can email them at studentconduct@morehouse.edu or give them a call at 470-639-0421. Dr. Benjamin Elijah Mays once said, "There is an air of expectancy at Morehouse College. It is expected that the student who enters here will do well. It is also expected that once a man bears the insignia of a Morehouse graduate, he will exceptionally do well." Welcome to the house. We hope that you have a safe and responsible time while you are here at this great institution and that Mother Morehouse treats you well. If you have any questions or need any additional information about the Office of Student Advocacy and Accountability, do not hesitate to contact us. Use the QR code below to access the Student Handbook of Morehouse College. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cynthia Trewick, and I'm here to talk to you about the COVID process at Morehouse College. Morehouse College is following the guidance from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in encouraging citizens to understand the importance of getting vaccinated. Morehouse College requires all students to be fully vaccinated by the beginning of 2021. Requests for medical and religious conviction exemptions on a case-by-case basis. So if you're interested in a medical or a religious exemption, we need to have that in by Friday, August 6th. We know now that the majority of the illnesses that are and deaths from COVID-19 are among the people that are unvaccinated. So Morehouse College is encouraging all its students to be vaccinated. There are some expectations that we will have for students entering in the fall 2021. So regardless of your vaccination status, all students must wear a mask. That's indoors and outdoors for those that are unvaccinated. We do not require students to have a mask on if they're in their personal space, that's like their dorm room. The mask must cover both your nose and your mouth. We're also expecting everyone to physical distance where possible. Regardless of your vaccination, you must be at least physically 6 feet apart. Sometimes in our classroom settings, physical distance cannot be maintained, but you must wear a mask at all times. All unvaccinated and those that are not fully vaccinated are to submit a negative PCR test 5 days prior to arriving on campus. Again, all those that are unvaccinated and not fully vaccinated must submit a negative PCR test 5 days before their arrival. Maximum of 5 days. It can be less than 5 days. Fully vaccinated is when you're 2 weeks after your second dose, and this could be with the Pfizer or the Moderna, or 2 weeks after one dose of the Johnson & Johnson. That's how we identify our fully vaccinated people. If you do not meet these requirements, you are not fully vaccinated. Previous infection, I know a lot of students ask us if I already had the COVID-19, is that my vaccinated status? You're not vaccinated with the if you had the COVID vaccine virus. If your COVID-19 vaccination records have not been submitted via Medicaid by Friday, August 6, 2021 at 12 noon, your on-campus housing assignment will be canceled and your academic courses will be dropped. You must upload your health form and your COVID status by that time. There will be no exceptions. Testing frequency, fully vaccinated. We will test all fully vaccinated people every 6 weeks, and it will be facilitated by the college. So you don't have to worry about going off campus to get tested. Morehouse College will provide that. Sorry. Non-fully vaccinated will require a PCR test every 7 days or a rapid test twice a week. The college will facilitate that as well. Student athletes should follow the testing frequency listed by the NCAA unless otherwise noted by the college. We will, if you do have COVID virus while here on campus, we have an isolation and quarantine practice. Isolation pertains to those individuals who have tested positive for COVID-19 or have experienced symptoms consistent with COVID-19. Regardless of your vaccination status, we will put you in isolation. During isolation, students will relocate to a temporary housing assignment for a minimum of 10 days. The student will have to provide a proof of a negative rapid test in order to be released from isolation. Quarantine applies to students who have come into close physical contact with someone who tests positive for COVID-19 and have not submitted proof of COVID-19 vaccination. The length of quarantine for this group will be determined by exposure date. And during quarantine, our unvaccinated students will relocate to a temporary housing assignment for a minimum of 7 days. Students should test with a rapid test twice a week while in quarantine, and upon returning to campus, must provide proof of a negative PCR test. Anyone assessing Morehouse College's campus is expected to complete a web-based questionnaire regarding their symptoms and possible exposure to COVID-19. This will be a daily symptom tracker. Although this is not mandated, we are strongly encouraging everyone to provide this information on their phones. Are there any questions? That concludes the talk on COVID-19.
Thank you very much. What we will do now is we will move through some of the questions that have been posed regarding COVID. The first question has to do with how you will address students that need to be quarantined.
So students that need to be quarantined will be quarantined. First, we have 2 quarantine spots. We have quarantine on campus and we have quarantine off campus. And that's quarantine and isolation. We have internal quarantine on the housing. These are individual rooms. You would not be housed with anyone else. And we also will be, if you're off campus, the nurses will be visiting and providing care to those students, as well as meals will be taken care of while you're in quarantine or isolation. If you're on an off-campus site that we provided for you, then we will have Uber Health that will transport the nurse to the facility to provide care and also provide cleaning and other things that we need to do to maintain a healthy status for the students until they return to campus.
Thank you. Additionally, if I've already received my 2 vaccinations and the extended time for my safety has been met, will I still need to take a PCR?
No. If you're vaccinated and you've undergone all the 2 weeks extended time for vaccination, you do not need to take a PCR test. Only unvaccinated and not fully vaccinated people will be required for a PCR test. Now, we will be doing PCR tests for all vaccinated every 6 weeks. So we will let you know when you need to get your vaccination, and we will all get that vaccination on the same day. No, your your test on that same day. It will be 2 every 6 weeks. You're required to have 2 PCR tests per semester.
Wonderful. And it has been made quite clear that each student is allowed only two individuals to help him move in. In light of the other activities, welcome to the house and parent party, there may be more. What are the safety precautions for them? Do they need to be tested, or do you know the protocol for that?
Yes, there are no more than two people allowed on campus per student. That is going to be mandated. So we will not be allowing other family members to come to the activities that are prescribed for NSO. So only two per student.
Wonderful. Is one question says my Medicat states that my required immunization documents are quote unquote not verified, even though I uploaded all the required documents, including the COVID vaccine. Can you explain why this may be the case?
Well, if you did not enter each vaccination into the system one by one, then you may not be complete. So the system automatically regulates whether or not you are cleared or not. So if you put your dates, for example, if you have a MMR and you have 3 series, you have to enter all 3 dates for those series. And so if you did not enter the dates and the dates of your immunization individually one by one, you will not be verified. That's why you're not verified. Also, the nurses will go in and certify that what you put in from your upload of your certified medical record, your medical immunization form, they will certify that. And so then you'll get a certification. And it depends on when you put it in as well, because we're doing 2,100 of those now.
Wonderful. So I'm not going to let Deputy Chief stay here without engaging the safety of our community. Many of the students are familiar with Atlanta, some of whom may not have come from bustling metropolises like Atlanta. So, what is the community like and what safety measures are in place?
You're
You're muted.
unmuted.
There you go.
I'm sorry. But thank you for that question, Professor Davis. And I'm happy to engage. So of course, Atlanta is a wonderful city. It is a true metropolitan city with a lot of activities going on. And what we encourage our students to do is yes, to enjoy our city, but enjoy it informed. And that's how I like to state it. Speak with not only your peers but also some adults who are familiar with the city, who can advise you on the best places to travel in pairs or in groups, on reliable transportation. Ensure that you have your cell phone, the appropriate, like when we were coming up, it was make sure you got a cord in your pocket to make a phone call. So, and today is not like that. We want to make sure they have their cell phone, but also that they have some idea of where they're traveling, understand the landscape of where they're moving to, and also know that there's a wealth of activities that are going on right here in the AU Center, that the colleges, all of the colleges in the AU Center are working very hard to keep them engaged. And so we would like for them to stay close until they're really familiar with the city. But if they have to travel and pursue and want to get out, we prefer that they do it with a little information and education on where they are. In terms
One,
of safety, in terms of the safety piece, of course, we have restricted, monitored access to our campus. And I think we do a pretty good job of ensuring that we have a, 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 a picture of who's entering and exiting our campus. It is a somewhat open campus, but most of the movement is done by the other students in the AU Center. And so we work very hard to ensure that we have eyes and ears from police officers and security personnel all across campus, and all the campuses work together to do that.
wonderful. So now let's make it a little more difficult, Deputy Chief. Let's make this a hard one. Yes.
Okay.
I'm off campus. Should I call you or the Atlanta police or both if I believe I need assistance? And it's not an emergency. Maybe I was injured somehow. Maybe I'm lost. But the issue has more to do with to whom do I turn if I need assistance and I'm not on campus?
Okay. And so that's kind of a twofold response. I'll say it like that. So anytime you're in need of immediate assistance, wherever you are, and you have a cell phone or you have around someone with access to it, the first thing you would want to do, I would suggest, is just dial 911. That is the fastest way to get you some assistance wherever you are. 911 operators, what they do is they dispatch calls. So they will know based on your call, where you're calling from, what agency needs to be sent to you. Okay. And as soon as the emergency piece of the situation has been handled and taken care of, whether it's on campus or off campus, if you're off campus, I would say as soon as the emergency is over, start to engage your housing and residential staff, your student services staff and personnel, about what has transpired with you, so that you can have some additional eyes and ears looking after you while you're on campus, right? And then if it's something that rises to the level that campus police needs to be involved, certainly you may engage us. But if it's something that you all can handle, you can handle with student services, then by all means, we acquiesce. But campus police is, our philosophy is community policing. That's where we are. And it takes all of us. We want to partner with you. We don't want to control your safety, control your movement, control your actions. We want to partner with you in ensuring that we have a safe campus. The entire community is as safe as we possibly can. And in order to do that, we need your participation.
Wonderful. Deputy Chief, you heard it here first. Deputy Chief for Sheriff of Fulton County. All right, we move forward. All right, Mr. Southern, we want to engage you as well. First question. So we have Chief Dalton, we have Deputy Chief Sauls. What are you doing, Mr. Southern? Why would a student need to see you?
So I am the person that will facilitate your action should you not follow all the rules and the regulation of the college. And so we're going to hold you accountable for all our policies, procedures. So when you come here to this wonderful place that we call Morehouse College, please adhere to all our rules and regulations at the college. So as Deputy Chief mentioned and the Chief Police mentioned, if you go out in the city and tend to enjoy yourself, and we get knowledge of you misbehaving some type of way, and it gets back to the college, either through campus police or with Fulton County Courthouse, APD, what have you, we can hold you accountable for that. So please adhere to all the rules and regulations, federal and state laws that's out there. We will tend to make sure that you are treated fairly, but we will hold you accountable.
Wonderful. But Mr. Southern, I'm an adult and I wasn't on campus. How can you hold me accountable? And more importantly, somebody told on me, Mr. Southern. The police never came to me. Somebody told on me.
Well, our policy states once you enter into the college, into the awarding of your degree, the college can hold you accountable for your action. Simple as that. I also want you to know there's plenty Morehouse, Spelman, Clark alum that are in our municipalities as DAs, as police officers, and we have a good relationship with them as well. That's how we can hold you accountable.
Well, thank you so much. And there's a good side to Mr. Southern. I don't want anyone to get the sense that under adverse conditions is the only way you engage him. He is very affable and approachable. So we're back again to issues regarding health protocols. So here we go again. I know I was trying to give you a break because this is absolutely important. And so again, let's return. The Medicaid question, I think, is still going to be broached by others as much as we may think that it's over. So before they come to campus, what should they check on Medicaid to ensure that they've met all of the qualifications and requirements?
So Medicaid, our electronic health record system, you should check to make sure you're cleared within Medicaid. If you're cleared within Medicaid, you should receive an email saying that you have cleared, or you will get something from one of the nurses saying you're cleared. So Medicaid is just the place that we house all of your medical information in an encrypted form so that it is secure. So we want to make sure you submit all of the things that was on your health form. If you go to the Morehouse College website, it has the items that are needed within that health form, which are part 1, part 2, and part 3. Part 1 and part 3 are to be completed by the student. Part 2 is to be completed by your medical provider. We ask that you use that health form to present to your medical health provider so that when you upload that to Medicaid, you have everything that you need. We find that when students tend to give us different types of paper, something is always missing. So if you use that as your format and upload that, print it out, give your doctor that, tell your doctor that he needs to fill that form, he or she will need to fill out that form, Morehouse's form. Not send us different pieces of paper or something that they have on file, but the health form in which you have is the pressing one, because there are vaccinations on there that are just for college students. They're not vaccinations that you will have for K through 12. So we need to make sure that you have everything that is identified on that document. And the only way to do that is to have that document filled out completely and uploaded to Medicaid. Also with that, all of your immunizations, again, needs to be individually uploaded to the platform as well. That's how you know that you're complete. It will let you know that you are complete. It will give you red marks if you're not complete.
Now, this happens every year, and I hate to bring it up. I get to campus. My son was supposed to have taken care of this, and we thought that he had. Now we're here at Morehouse, and I'm having to call his physician to try to get them to forward this information to you. Is the only way for us to do this through a very antiquated form of copying and faxing? Is there anything else we can do?
Long as what I would do before I leave is to have the physician email you a copy that you have it on your phone. Everything that you have, you should bring a copy. Even if you upload it to Medicaid, I would still bring my copy with me on my phone or on my computer. What we will have in place when you come in to be onboarded to Morehouse College is we'll have a space for you to download or print or upload or whatever you need to do. But we will not be collecting documents from you via hand to hand, not during this COVID season. So everything that you do will be electronic. So I think the best method is to just do some checks before you get on the plane or before you get in the car to make sure you have everything that you need to be successful here at Morehouse. We're here to help in any way, but the systems that we have, the portals that we have, are pretty accurate and they will very user friendly. So I suggest that you do that, but we will be here to try to help you navigate if that happens. But you can upload from the phone, from the car, wherever you got a hotspot, and upload that information. It will work for us. So we're trying to accommodate that before you get here.
Wonderful. We don't have any real questions being generated, but this is something that I think all of you wish to do every year. You have opportunity now to say to these students and some parents right now what you wish you had said during the school year. You know, all of us have regrets, and you often sit back and say, I wish I had one more moment to tell them X. So now I want all of you all to fill this variable in and say to them exactly what you wish you could say to them before school begins. So we'll start with Deputy Chief Stacy Sauls. Anything that you really want them to know before they show up on campus? Mute again. You muted. You muted.
What I will share is that this is a very exciting time, especially if it's your first time on Morehouse College's campus. And if you're a freshman or an incoming student, this is a very exciting time. I'm sure that you're filled with all types of emotions, and all types of joy and excitement. But what we want you to do from a campus police perspective is to come with an open mind, a learning spirit, and ready to engage and learn and enjoy your college experience, but do it in a safe manner. If in doubt, if you have any questions, I like to tell people all the time that sometimes we feel like the law is a secret. The law is for all of us, and it's out there on that Google Web, just like everything else is out on Google Web. And so I encourage you that if you are from out of state, out of town, know the laws for the state that you're coming into. Know and understand them for yourself. come and engage your campus police and your campus safety staff team, and ask us any questions that you may have about the local area, about law enforcement, about maneuvering around campus and understanding the law. We are here for you. And again, we are your partners.
Mr. Southern.
Hey, that's a great segue. I just say just continue being the best version of yourself, and allow us to help you matriculate in the next 4 years. But understand, Georgia is Georgia. By me saying that, as Deputy Chief was saying, understand the state law. So if you are from a state that allows you to engage in certain activities with a certain card, you can't do that here in Georgia. If you are one of those individuals that have a card that says that you can carry a weapon, you cannot do that here on our campus. So please, please, young people, adhere to the state of Georgia laws, adhere to the federal guidelines, and definitely adhere to Morehouse policies, rules, and regulations. And we wish you the best in graduating within in 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Treywig.
Yes, I have a couple of things that I actually failed to mention that I want to mention right now. Morehouse College has an insurance for all its students, and every student is hard waiver into this insurance called United Healthcare. It's on our website. Please visit the website. If you have insurance on your son, please opt out. You can opt out today, because once that opt-out period is over, you own that insurance, or you will have a second insurance. So I want to make sure I talk about the insurance, because it's out there, the waivers on our website. If you go to Morehouse College website, click on life, click on health, and then click on insurance, you will see the information about the insurance, and it has a big bar there that says opt out. You must opt out in order for that fee to be removed from your account. That is a fee that can be removed if you opt out. Also noting that if you want to keep that insurance, you just don't need to do anything. It will be on your account and you have that insurance. And it is effective starting August 1st until July 31st of 2022. So I wanted to make sure I talk about the insurance. The other thing I wanted to say to parents is that if your son is 18 years or older and you're calling us to talk to him, by law, we cannot talk to you. We can only talk to your son. And you need to have that serious conversation with your son, because sometimes you all sign those papers, giving access, HIPAA, FERPA, Morehouse is undergirded by the FERPA. And as soon as you leave, they change their signature. They have that right. And I just want to make sure you're clear, you have that conversation, because your son has access to his records 365 days out of the year, 24 hours a day. So if you need to look at his grades, you can sit there and look at them with him. He has access to all of that. So we get a lot of calls about, I'm paying the bill. Yes, you are. However, your student has rights, and we have to honor those rights. Unless he gives us permission, we cannot have that conversation with you. And I've had many students that tell me, I do not want you to have that conversation with my parent. And so you think I'm just not giving you information, but I have to protect his right. So I just wanted to make that clear. And if you have not gotten your FERPA signature with your son and you want to be able to call and talk to any agent at Morehouse College, you will have to have that signature on record. So that is what I say to you, and just understanding that you have access through your son. He has access to everything. And so when you're calling agents, you want to start with your son first.
Now, there were two questions I think I overlooked that are very important. If and when a student is quarantined, what's the oversight protocols? Who watches him, watches the progression? How does he eat? What is the procedure?
So we have a partnership with Morehouse School of Medicine. So we have a physician who is the Student Health Center physician, Dr. Joseph. We also have, each one of the campuses have their own nurses. We have nurses on campus. So the nurses will go to the student every day and check on the student and follow up with that student. We also have an ombudsman that makes sure the student has what he needs. And so we make sure the food is delivered daily, 3 meals a day. We also make sure that we check on the student, make sure he's progressing, and make sure he has the medicine that he needs to get better. So if he's not progressing, the nurse will say whether or not we need to have the physician to come over and look at the student as well. But all of our nurses are under the physician's care. So the physician will direct what needs to do and also provide prescription. We will make sure those prescriptions are filled. So we will act as that agent for the student while he is ill and make sure that he is taken care of. He is part of our family, and we will take care of him as you would like us to do. We will notify the parent, but the student will have their phone, and we hope that we always encourage them to let your parents know first, let your guardian know, and then we move from there.
Okay. And then if I have submitted paperwork for exclusion or exemption, how long is the turnaround? So if I submit it today or tomorrow, will I have it in time before I get to campus?
No. The problem with that is we should have had your exemption by now. And so we're not going to continue to do exemptions. The exemption period is ending actually today. If you have not put in an exemption, there is no time to get an exemption. You need to be vaccinated before coming on campus. We are accepting students with one vaccination coming on campus, and we will make sure you get your second dose of your vaccination here at Morehouse. So students can still get vaccinated and come on campus. You're just not a fully vaccinated student. But these exemptions have been out for a while, and we are vetting them. We have to have the doctor to go through to make sure there are no contraindication of why you cannot get a vaccination. And we're finding that most of the students that are asking for a vaccination have had vaccines all of their lives, and they just don't want this one, or for mostly misinformation. So we are calling each one of you who would like a vaccination. Do understand that you must have an affidavit from your faith leader stating that you have a religious exemption from taking the COVID vaccine. So we will need additional documentation other than the form that you filled out to support your exemption request.
So someone asked for one more point of clarification. If a student has received both vaccinations, they do or do not need a PCR to come to campus?
Do not. If you are fully vaccinated and you have had the 2-week period after vaccination, so if you got vaccinated on the 5th, if you got vaccinated today and you're coming next week, you've got both of your doses. You got one dose 21 days ago, you got your second dose today. You're not fully vaccinated until 2 weeks from today. Okay, so you have to have that 2-week grace period behind your last dose to be fully vaccinated. So if you're fully vaccinated in that sense, you do not need a PCR test. If you got vaccinated today, you got your second dose today, you will need to get a PCR test until your comprehensive has passed, right? So that's how we're doing that.
Now that was a beautiful segue, and I'm going to miss. So part of it is this. Well, this is fundamental here. I received one dosage. Can I come to campus?
Yes.
And I'll get my second vaccination when and where?
You will get your second vaccination within that 20-day period, and it will be done by Morehouse School of Medicine on campus. We will make sure we arrange that for you, and you will be treated as a unvaccinated person until you get that second dose and have provided a 2-week grace period. So you will continue to get a weekly PCR test until that time passes.
And also extensions on immunizations in general. Someone wants to know, with whom do they speak about getting an extension for immunizations?
You mean exemption or?
No, these are the regular immunizations that we require outside of COVID. You know how we know our normal immunization?
Yeah, we don't give an extension on immunization. You can go into any clinic and get all of your immunization at one time. So even if you I've had students to go in and get all 12, they just have pin cushions of arms so that they can be in compliance. So there is no extension on your your vaccinations. You need to get those vaccinations in order to be on campus. And now, it's interesting. We talk about COVID, but nobody's talking about meningitis B. We have just as much death with in college kids with meningitis. And so now you need a meningitis booster. So we want to make sure your doctor is looking at that. And if it's time for a booster, I'm sure they will recommend that you get a booster. But you need to have your vaccine. If you come to campus and you're not completed your medical health records with all your vaccines, and this is for transfer student and new incoming student freshmen, you will not be allowed to go into housing without that.
Okay, and I'm going to try to compile my question. So if I waive my insurance and find out it's inadequate, or that I just rather go along with a comprehensive Morehouse, what is the procedure? How long do I have? Is there a deadline for me to have this done?
Yes. So the final date for opting out of the insurance is September 15th. You can always opt in. So if you opt out and you decide, oh, I don't have insurance anymore, my mom has changed the job, my dad or whatever, you can always opt in. We don't even put a limitation on when you can opt in. You can always opt into your insurance policy.
Will masks be required, even for those vaccinated, in all public spaces?
Yes. In all places where there are if you're in a large group, you have to have a mask. If you're in a building, you wear a mask. Everyone must wear a mask at Morehouse inside facilities, whether you're vaccinated or not.
Are there unacceptable masks, and will those be evaluated?
No. The only thing that we're asking is that whatever mask you have on, it covers your nose and your mouth. We're not requiring any specific type of mask.
Okay, wonderful. So I get to wear the nice, transparent ones, Oh, you have one. She's about. Oh, wow, the Morehouse. Wonderful, wonderful. Very safe. And so
this is another one.
Oh, wow. Now, will Morehouse have masks for me if I lose mine or is no longer of value?
I'm not sure about that. Morehouse will be providing masks for students when they come in, but you need to keep up with your masks. The bookstore sells masks as well.
Of course they do. And then it says, if I have taken a new COVID test, do I need to upload to the Medicat system?
Yes.
You continue to say inside. What about outside? So they keep talking about masks. So do they walk out of a building and take their mask off? Is that okay?
If you are unvaccinated, you have to have on a mask whether you're indoors or outdoors.
But if I'm vaccinated?
If you're vaccinated, you can take the mask off if you're outdoors.
How will you all know?
We don't. We're doing the honor system.
Wonderful. That's a wonderful system to follow.
We are Morehouse. We are Morehouse.
I'm a professor, so I'll just keep quiet on that one. But yes. Again, you can send your. Will masks be required all semesters? And again, I can answer that. We have no idea. The assumption is that things will not have changed drastically enough for us to now say jettison all masks in January. If I'm not speaking too far outside my field. Will Bonners receive the red and yellow bracelets since we arrive next week?
I'm not sure about the bracelets yet. Dean Booker is working on that. And so I know that they're thinking about the bracelets. I'm not sure what has arrived yet. So I can't speak on the bracelets. I know that they're working on those.
Oh, now I'll just do this. What's this talk of bracelets? We've not heard of bracelets.
So one of the recommendations was that, so that people know what the contact they want, a bracelet would certify that I want you to stay 6 feet away from me, or a bracelet would say, okay, yeah, I'm okay with you coming closer, or I want to do a fist bump, or just stay your distance from me. So they're a bracelet with color coding with images that if you're wearing a certain type of bracelet, it denotes what your comfort level is around people coming around you.
Okay. Is there somewhere I can go to get a full disclosure of the particulars of the Morehouse insurance plan?
Yes, it's on the Morehouse website. If you go to Life, drop down on Health, And it has health insurance right there, United Healthcare. There's a
Wonderful.
lot of links right there for it.
So someone is asking for a question to be answered, and I'm not sure here that I can draw that, but can you provide a contact number for the insurance waiver if you need help? The code timeout, it timed out and it won't let him start again.
There is a contact number on the website as well.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, we are reaching the conclusion of our hour together. I'm sure there will be questions all the way until December. But in the interim, I would like to invite you all to ask many of these questions during the in-person NSO, which begins on the 12th, and it will end on the 17th for students, and it ends for parent participation, if at all, if there will be any at all, on the 13th. So the 13th is the final day that if a parent or guardian wishes to be present, that ends on the 13th. Many of you will be moving on campus on the 11th, others on the 12th. You will have until 5 p.m. to move in. You should have received notice from housing. If you haven't yet, you will, regarding your particular time. You will be given approximately 1 hour, which is more than enough. Please don't bring everything. You don't need to bring everything. You're not living here. You're just spending some very, very valuable time with us. So don't escape your family's home yet, not yet. I'm saying this because as we move into our last day, and everyone is going to be excited about this, we are going to provide you, as I said earlier, with a schedule of events for the next 7, 8 days of new student orientation. But tomorrow, when we return, we will listen to presentations regarding Morehouse's academic platforms, Blackboard, Starfish, Bannerweb. These are platforms that allow you to access courses, classwork, grades, all the information that Dr. Treywick and Mr. Southern and Deputy Chief, a lot of that information is provided to you through these portals. Some of you who've attended summer school have already been acclimated to this, which means you have something of an advantage. We will also hear from diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, as well as a new emerging leadership program that is initiated this fall. So again, tomorrow we will begin at 12 noon again. You will use the same network link that you used today, which is the Facebook, Freudian slip. This, you will use YouTube link that we used today. We will begin promptly at 12 o'clock. I look forward to seeing you all then. And thank you so much to our panelists. And thank you all for your wonderful questions and engagement. And again, we will return to many of these issues. This isn't the concluding moments or conversations. This is just the beginning. So thank you all very much.